life's moments, milestones, and celebrations. We are there, helping the world work better, faster, stronger, to be more connected and more intelligent. Because we know that when we combine the imaginations of people with the power of machines, anything is possible. Together with the world's innovators, makers, and problem solvers, we stand ready to lead the way, because that is where we belong. Rockwell Automation, expanding human possibility.
Building a robot teaches that the universe is perfect. Mother Nature applies all of her rules all the time. She is reliable and causal. If we learn about her, we can work with her. When she surprises us, she is teaching. So a robot is a natural thing. Its behavior is totally determined by the laws of the universe. And the same laws apply for the whole universe, which is bigger than we humans can imagine. This sphere, for example, is a 3D model of part of the universe. Each tiny speck represents a galaxy. Now, our galaxy would be very hard to find in this cloud of specks. If you could find our speck, you'd be hard-pressed to find our solar system, then our planet, then our continent, etc. Compared to the realm of the laws of the universe, we humans are the small end of nothing whittled to a fine point. Learning about the universe through your robot's behavior can teach humility. Our belief that we are the most important things ever is hard to justify. So arrogance is not appropriate. We do not own the place. We should behave as a temporary user who has a long-term good in mind. Be careful about human chauvinism. It is not good stuff.
One of my kids was at jewelry shop for you, really wanted more. I'm like, all right, I'll
Kate mentioned to me that you all had one of these breaks, so I brought a spare.
got a couple. Do you? She said she asked if I had spares, so I brought them. Yeah, I know two are missing. Okay.
Well, I have more, so let me know.
They've been my humorous tool. What's up, DJ? I'll wait for you guys out last night. Quarter past an hour. good show. The kid is happy with me. I've done my job.
So I would say to Amanda that I saw her dad. Amanda from Brazil.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will let her know. She's doing
Yeah, she's doing like the live stream.
a live stream.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because the guy that usually do the live streams here is here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they are doing their best. Actually, Gustavo worked with journalists
Yep.
like this, and they are not like the other ones. They are engineers or something.
Yeah.
Speaking a little Chinese. Yeah, they are doing a great job.
Well, it's good. I tried to like watch a few of the clips, and I'm like, I don't understand a word they're saying. So it's like, I don't know if she's doing great or not, but it looks like
trust
she's
me,
doing
I
great.
speak Portuguese in there. It's
Fantastic. Glad to hear it.
how was the inspection?
I mean, I had one team that didn't show up until like moments before pit close, but they got through inspection, everything was good.
Yeah, I helped Amanda this year in inspection.
Yeah.
The first regional. I've never been doing this before,
Yep.
but
I think you guys lost a lot of the SESI inspectors, right?
yeah, there's a little problem because some
Or at Senai, I think they're mostly Senai.
yeah, but some of them have maybe changed the department or something.
Yeah. And I think I heard something about maybe SESI and Senai backed off a little bit on their funding. I think I heard something about that.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it was nice. I always wanted to do that inspection.
So what did you think of it?
Huh?
What did you think of it?
Also, like I think because I'm a luminite engineer, so
Yep.
I love robots.
Yep.
I love build robots, and being in inspection is really good. We contact with the robots, more important, we are contact with the students.
Yep.
Yeah, we come, they explain to you technically, they show that they really know about the robot.
That's why inspection's way better than refit. I've tried.
I did both this year, so
Right, the inspection's way better than refit. You get to actually like work with them and solve the problem, not just say,
I did referee this year too. I did.
Which is better?
I don't know actually. I love both.
Why are you not special?
I mean, I don't bet. I'm not selling.
Oh wait, you're literally?
You're identical twin sisters, so.
I want to stay out of
Told ya. I'll have to tell her that story. It's okay. It happens all the time.
I feel a lot better that it's identical twin sisters. I was saying, it feels, well, that's why it
I
feels
saw
like
her
you
and
are
I
normally
thought like,
seeing.
hey, it's not
She's been repping here more than 5 years. This is the first time I've been here, so I've been doing that to people all weekend.
Oh, okay.
That was fun.
I'm glad I could be here for your enjoyment. Fantastic.
What? That's not what I heard. This is even different. Never mind.
I think his afternoon will be a lot better than his morning.
But I think that comparing inspection to referee, the referee, they usually are more stressful because if they want to question some rules, they're a little bit afraid like to say that is a fault or something like
Yep.
this. And inspection, they are nervous too because the robot is not inspected.
Yep.
So but it's a different kind of nervous.
Agreed.
But I love both.
Oh, there's all kinds of cool process. Okay. It's like, is this someone I should know? I don't know what the way I think about what I've done.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, there it is. Happy Friday in Houston. The championship is alive and well. We had a great day yesterday. Today, things ramp up even more. Big day of qualification matches. This morning, we just want to make sure everybody's awake, so let's get the wave going. Down on Archimedes, are you here? Curie. Daly. Galileo, Hopper, Johnson, Milstein, and Newton. We can hear you on Galileo. It's Friday. Yeah, we're pumped up. It's Friday. We're happy to be here, and we've got a special, we're mixing things up a little bit this year. We are going to give out, present the Volunteer of the Year Award this morning, and we're doing that so people, well, the honoree can be recognized for the rest of the competition. To present the award, please welcome alum Colin Fultz and Ashley Johnson from VRD, our program director and our VRD director.
Thank you, Blair. Every year, tens of thousands of volunteers make each first team and season possible. In recognition of these volunteers, FIRST awards outstanding volunteers at every event, including the Championship Volunteer of the Year Award winner. Please welcome some of the previous Championship Volunteer of the Year Award winners onto the field with me. This past year, FIRST lost a prior Volunteer of the Year Award winner in Coco Ed Patterson. Now, I don't think that Ed would want a moment of silence. I think that Ed would want a moment of celebration. So, can you all please make some noise to thank every volunteer at this event and at the 200 FRC events around the world?
I'm very excited to be here to help recognize the FIRST Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year winner. Every year, each of our programs recognizes an outstanding volunteer who's made a significant impact on our FIRST community. And that individual receives a Volunteer of the Year pin, a program trophy, and this Volunteer of the Year jacket. Look at them, they look nice, they look great. So now I'm gonna turn it back over to Colin to tell us about this year's recipient.
Thank you, Ashley. The 2026 FIRST Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year began volunteering at events in 2008 as a field reset volunteer. Since then, they have volunteered as a robot inspector, a lead robot inspector, a field builder, a referee, a head referee, a judge advisor, an FTAA, an FTA, and a team mentor. They travel the world volunteering, helping ensure high-quality, team-focused events wherever they go. In 2024, they became one of the first global FTAs, helping FIRST staff with training and supporting this critical volunteer role. They always put the team experience first and help ensure other volunteers have that same mindset. They do all of this while always maintaining a gracious and professional attitude. Congratulations to the 2026 First Robotics Competition Volunteer of the Year, James Serrar.
Congratulations, James. Well deserved. Today we'll get heated on the field, a lot of qualification matches, so please remember your gracious professionalism. But we can't get the matches going until we have the singing of the host country's national anthem. Please rise if able, take off your caps, and welcome members of Team Breakaway, Team 3937 from Searcy, Arkansas.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets above bursting air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Team Breakaway, well done. Stay right there. Are you ready? Let's do it. Let's get those robots started. Have a great day, everybody. Have fun, and remember your GP. Well done.
back one position from where we ended. That puts me in the right spot at least. We gotta move a little bit because of the whole wrestling. So back one position, I'm gonna end up in that. I start in that back corner. Yes. We're rotating back. Yeah, we're going backwards one spot.
Good morning, Galileo. How are you? Ready? Happy Friday in Houston, everybody. Are we ready for some matches to begin? Let me hear you, Gala. One more time, Gala. All right, we are ready to begin. Let's introduce our teams for our first qualification match on this Friday. On the Red Alliance, we begin with 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, it's the Shoba Robotics.
Their alliance partners, Petty Robotics 5895.
From Heightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
And rounding out this alliance team, 11417.
From Denver, North Carolina, the Nano Knights.
And over on the Blue Alliance from Quebec, Canada, 3544.
From Montreal, it's the Spartiates.
Team 7183.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, War.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, the Bedford Express is here, 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, it's the Bedford Express.
Arrivers behind the lines. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 64. It's day 2 in Galileo here at the World Championship. Autonomous mode. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving, 4 of the 6 moving, and a pretty close autonomous round. Both alliances scoring very well. Looks like Red eked it out, so Red takes the autonomous round. Blue is going to take the first shift. So the blue hub is active now in shift number 1. Blue robot shooting it in. Bedford Express putting some in. Here come the Spartaites trying to get in position to shoot. And their partner's War is shooting some in as well. Blue with an advantage of about 25 points or so. And we come to shift number 2. The red hub becomes active, and the Red Alliance shooting them in immediately. Neshoba Robotics putting them in. Petty Robotics putting some in as well. Red Alliance catches up and they take the lead. They are up already by 80 points. And here come a whole bunch of more shots in. Red goes over 300, and now we're into shift 3, and Blue is active. Blue cutting immediately into that lead. Red was up by about 100, but now it's down to about 60. We've got a little over a minute to go. Let's see if Blue can catch up here before shift number 3 ends. They go over 300 as well. They don't quite catch up because shift 4 begins and Red is active again. But we're going back and forth in this match. Match number 64, day number 2 here on Galileo. Over 400 points on the Red Alliance now. We're coming down to the end game. Red putting a bunch more up. Neshoba doing that. And there's the audio indicator telling us we are in the end game. We're under half a minute. About 20 seconds left. The Red Alliance pushing 500 points. They go over 500 as we go down to 12 seconds remaining in this match. Blue gonna try to get up over 500 as well. And it looks like they're gonna make it. We've got 3 seconds, 2, 1. And time expires at our first match of the day, number 64 here on Galileo. Okay, we've got a score coming up, and it is the Red Alliance taking match number 64. They win it by a score of 593 to 514. That's 5 ranking points for the red teams, 1 ranking point for the blue teams.
Well, by the end of the day, we are going to know who our top 8 teams are going into the Alliance selection, which will start bright and early tomorrow morning. Our next qualification match, let's meet our teams. We'll begin with Team 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, it's RoboForce.
Their alliance partner is 11244.
Out of Üsküdar, Istanbul, Turkey, it's Avrasya Robotics.
And Team 134.
From Yilan, Chinese Taipei, it's Gameland.
And on the Blue Alliance, Team 1403.
Out of Skillman, New Jersey, Cougar Robotics.
Team 1816.
From Edina in Minnesota, the Green Machine.
And also on the Blue Alliance, Team 8159.
From Istanbul in Turkey, it's the Golden Horn.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 65 underway in Galileo. Everybody moving here in autonomous. Both blue and red teams putting those fuel cells into their respective hubs. Advantage blue, though, in this autonomous round. Looks like they are going to take autonomous. So that means shift 1 is going to have an active red hub, and red will go on offense first after the transition. Here comes shift 1. The red hub is active. Red robots shooting into the red hub. The blue robots gathering those fuel cell balls and shooting them over onto the blue side of the field for when they go on offense. Red trying to catch up to blue, who has the early lead here. They don't quite catch up to him, though, as shift 2 begins and blue goes on offense. And they are going to town, putting a lot of those fuel cells in. The Golden Horn leading the way over on the Blue Alliance. Up by over 100 points already, and they're still going. All right, here comes shift 3. The red hub goes active. Blue goes on defense and into gathering mode, trying to get as many of those fuel cells as possible and shooting them over onto their side of the field. The red robots trying to put as many as they can into their red hub. And they have closed the gap down to about almost 50 points, but still blue in the lead. And now we go into shift 4, blue on offense once again. And they've got a lot of balls over on their side of the field, so they are just putting them into the hub. The Golden Horn again, shooting like crazy, putting them in. Their partners, Cougar Robotics, also shooting some up. So the Blue Alliance with 340 points Now going over 360. And as we're in the end game, the red hub is active as well. We're down to 10 seconds left in this match. Advantage blue, and everybody is shooting. 4 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 402 to 279. That's going to earn the blue teams 4 ranking points. Nicely done.
Our next qualification match here on Galileo on the Red Alliance is Team 2813.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
Their alliance partners, Team 364.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
And the third member of this Red Alliance is Team 2231.
From Shoham, Israel, Onyxtronics.
And this Blue Alliance, all 3 of these teams are currently in the top 8. We begin with Team 7415.
Out of West Hills, California, Jaguar Robotics.
From Michigan, 7769.
Out of Royal Oak, Michigan, The Crew.
And Team 3501.
Out of Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
Here we go, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 66 is underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here. Both red and blue scoring in autonomous. Red with the early lead. Blue catching up, but red now running ahead again. So it looks like red taking the autonomous. Both alliances getting 125 or more points in the autonomous round. But red takes it, so blue is going to be active in the first shift. So blue hub now is active. The blue alliance scoring. The crew putting in a bunch of those fuel cells to start out shift number 1. Their partners, Firebots, scoring as well. Here come the crew again. They're shooting them in, as is the Firebots at the same time. So the Blue Alliance takes the lead by almost 100 points, but as we go into shift number 2, red quickly catching up. They've almost caught up, and in a second it looks like they will catch up and overtake blue. They do. So the Red Alliance, just about 300 points. Now they go over 300. We enter into shift number 3, and blue takes over. They now have the lead. So we keep flip-flopping. Blue in the lead here in shift number 3. Their hub is active over on the blue side. Here comes the crew again. They are piling those fuel cells in, as are the Firebots. So blue over 400 points. And here comes red in shift number 4. The red hub is active. They're looking to catch up here in this 4th shift. And it looks like they are going to do it. They got about 10 seconds to go in the shift. Not quite there yet. But the gearheads trying to line up and shoot. Up, they don't catch up in there. And here comes the end game. Blue is active once again. Both hubs are active. So blue taking advantage, and they are building on their lead. We've got 15 seconds to go in the match. Here comes red. They're going to try to close the gap, but it may be in case of too little too late here, as we're down to 5 seconds left in the match. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. We had 3 teams in the top 10 on the Blue Alliance. They win with a score of 560 to 466. And we still have 3 teams in the top 10. They're the 1st, the 2nd, and the 6th seeded team here early on Friday. So 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance teams, 1 ranking point for the teams on red. Nicely done.
Our next qualification match on the red side is Team 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, it's Olympia Robotics Federation.
Their alliance partners, Team 7840.
Out of Istanbul, Turkey, it's Eminer Robotics.
And Team 3243.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
And on the Blue Alliance, Team 449.
Out of Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
Their alliance partner, 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, Terabytes.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance, Team 24.
From St. Paul, Minnesota, No Mythic.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 67 underway. Here on Galileo, it's autonomous. Everybody is moving. We've got a lot of fuel cells going into their respective hubs. Blue Alliance with the lead, though. But Red trying to make a comeback here at the end. It looks like they do overtake Blue. So Red, with a last-minute surge, takes the autonomous round. That means the Blue hub is going to be active here at the beginning. No Mythic putting a whole bunch in there. Their partners, the Blair Robot Project, also putting some in there. So the Blue Alliance with 180 points already. No Mythic in the Blair Robot Project, getting them over 200 points now here in shift number 1. So about 150 point advantage for Blue as we enter into shift number 2. The Red hub is active. All 3 Red robots shooting those fuel cells in. So let's see if Red can cut into that lead and catch up. They're still down by 100 points or more. Got a minute and a half or so left in this match as shift 2 comes to an end. Still advantage Blue. And here they go. No Mythic going to town. The Blair Robot Project as well. Red robots shooting those fuel cells back over to the red side of the field. But blue already way over 300. They're flirting with 400 points here. And they're going to get over 400. We enter into shift 4. Red becomes active. They're over 200, but they've got plenty of ground to catch up here with 15 seconds to go in this match. Coming down to the end game. Plenty of these yellow fuel cells going into the hubs. Here comes the blue side again. That yellow mustard going into the hub. Looking like a crock pot. Let's see what these chefs can cook up here in this match as we come to the end. 15 seconds now to go. Over 500 points for the Blue Alliance. 10 seconds now. They're flirting with 600. Can they make it with 5 seconds to go? Looks like they will. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. Woo! Quite a bit of offense there by the Blue Alliance. Let's see how the referees score it. Here comes the official score. It's going to be the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 647 to 363. That's 5 ranking points for the blue teams. We have both the 3rd and the 8th seeded teams here. We're going to start mentioning the seeding here. Since at the end of the game, at the end of today, we're going to be finally seeded for our alliance selection first thing tomorrow morning.
Match number 68, let's meet our teams on the Red Alliance. We have Team Breakaway, 39-37.
From Searcy, Arkansas, it's Breakaway.
Their alliance partners, 1391.
Out of Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
And Team 3753.
Out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bullabots.
And on the Blue Alliance, give it up for Team 16.
Out of Martin Home, Arkansas, the Bomb Squad.
From St. Louis, Missouri, it's 931.
It's Perpetual Chaos.
And Team 1533.
From Greensboro, North Carolina, Triple Strange.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 68 is underway. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving in this autonomous round on Galileo. Early advantage to the Red Alliance, but it's fairly close. Looks like Red is going to take, though, this autonomous round, and they do. They go over 100 points. So the Blue Alliance and the Blue Hub is going to be active first when we get to shift number 1. And here we go. So Blue goes on offense first in this number 1 first shift. Red Alliance trying to toss as many balls, fuel cell balls, over onto the red side of the field. Perpetual Chaos and their partners, the Bomb Squad, shooting a number of fuel cells into their Blue Hub. And now we go to shift number 2. The Red Alliance actually starts with the lead there in shift 2, and they are building on it. The Metal Moose putting some in. Bullabots putting some in for the Red Alliance. About a 100-point lead for Blue, and we enter shift number 3. Perpetual Chaos now putting some of those fuel cells in with the Bomb Squad for the Blue Alliance. They're down by almost 100 points, so they have some ground to make up here with a minute to go. Let's see if they can do it. And Triple Strange over on the red side of the field playing some defense and gathering some balls, some fuel cell balls to bring them over to their side, but mostly playing defense, just trying to slow down the Red robots. Red is over 300 points now, and they are shooting a nice stream of fuel cells into that Red hub. They go up by over 200 points. We are now in the end game. Both hubs are active. Blue making their final rush. But with 15 seconds to go, it's going to be hard for them to make up 200 points. Bullabots putting some more fuel cells in for the Red Alliance. We go down under 5 seconds to go in this match. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. We got a score coming up for match number 68. It is the Red Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 448 to 220. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
7/16s. 2 of them.
Match 69 on the Red Alliance is 95-72.
From Novi, Michigan, Cece Shambites.
Their alliance partner is 5705.
From Torreon, Mexico, the Desert Eagles.
And team 2393.
Out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
And here are your 3 teams on the Blue Alliance. We begin with 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
From Pontiac, Michigan, team 51.
The Wings of Fire.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance, it's 2590.
Out of Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 69 here on Galileo. We've got 5 out of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous. Blue Alliance with an early lead here, but Red trying to catch up at the end, and they do, and they overtake Blue. So it looks like Red's gonna take this autonomous round. That means when shift starts after this transition, when shift 1 starts, Blue is the active hub. So here we are in shift 1, Nemesis shooting them in for the Blue Alliance. Their hub is active. Wings of Fire was putting some in as well for Blue. Nemesis continues to gather those fuel cells and shoot at the same time. Here comes Wings of Fire as well, our Hall of Fame team. We go to shift number 2. The red hub is active. Roboticons and the Shambites both shooting in those fuel cells. So the Red Alliance takes the lead with 1.5 minutes to go. And they're building on that lead as they go over 200 points. And now we go to shift number 3. Blue is active again. Nemesis shooting. Sobot shooting. Wings of Fire shooting. Blue Alliance looking to catch up and overtake Red here in this 3rd shift. They're coming close. Let's see if they can catch up before the shift ends. Nope, they don't quite make it. Red, though, now takes over in shift number 4, building on their lead. We've got some defense being played by Nemesis. Good. 57:05 right in the middle of the field, but they are just doing some gathering, and now they're going to play some defense on the blue side. Both hubs are active. The blue hub, a lot of scoring, but here come the Red Alliance. Now blue is going. You got Nemesis, Wings of Fire both shooting, as well as their partner. We've got over 400 though on the red side. 2 seconds, 1, and time expires. Red Alliance wins that match. They take it with a score of 416 to 325. 4 ranking points to the red teams. Nicely done.
Let's meet our teams for match number 70 on the Red Alliance. It's 46-55.
Out of Rockton, Illinois, it's State Line Robotics.
Their alliance partners, what time is it? Team 2582.
Out of Lufkin, Texas, it's the Panther Bots.
And team 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
And on the blue lines, it's CIS 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, CIS.
And their alliance partners, team 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, the Cyber Tribe.
And team 8858.
From Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 70 underway here on Galileo. Everybody moving here in autonomous. It's fairly close in autonomous. Blue with a little bit of a lead, but here comes a big flurry of fuel cells by red, and they overtake blue, and they got the lead, so red takes autonomous. That means after this transition, the blue hub is going to be active, but red really taking advantage of that transition period and scoring a lot of those fuel cells. But here comes blue. They're going to try to catch up. About a 25-point lead currently by the Red Alliance here. Let's see if blue can narrow that down, maybe even overtake red. Cyber Tribe scoring some in, putting some more in. Beast from the East scoring as well. So blue catches up, but we go into shift number 2, and red is active now, and red immediately pulls away again. So red with about a 60-point lead here in shift number 2, and they are building on it. They go over 100 points ahead of the Blue Alliance here. Still plenty of time left in this match, about 1:20. Shift number 3, the blue hub is active. Cyber Tribe shooting them in for blue. Here comes the Beast from the East, and Cyber Tribe at the same time shooting. Red almost just under 300 points, so blue has just gotten over 200, so they're closing the gap with a minute to go. But they got a big amount of ground to cover up, and as shift number 4 becomes active and the red hub gets turned on, holy cow, the Red Alliance putting in a ton of balls. It was just raining fuel cells. Need an umbrella out here for all the fuel cells coming down from the skies. We're over 450 points on the Red Alliance, 270 points on the Blue Alliance. About 20 seconds remaining in this match. Red trying to go over 500, and they do it. We've got 12 seconds still to go in the match. Blue still putting them in. Red still putting them in. They're now trying to get up to 600. Can they do it in 5 seconds? They have a chance. 1 second to go. Nope. Looks like they're just going to miss that 600. We got a score coming up, and it is the Red Alliance. They take match number 70. They win it by a score of 612 to 368. So they do get over 600. They get 5 ranking points in the win, so nicely done by the Red Alliance.
Match number 71 on the Red Alliance is Team 8119.
From Imperial, California, it's Tiger Robotics.
Team 10991.
From Sandy, Oregon, Pyobots.
And Chicken Bot what? Team 3082.
That's Chicken Bot Pie from Minnetonka, Minnesota.
And over here on the blue side, it's 1506.
From Flint, Michigan, it's Metal Muscle.
Team 8229.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, Balikbayan Bots.
And Team 11, 242.
And from here in Texas, it's Golden Eagle Mechanics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
And welcome to qualification match number 71. Race towards the center of the field. Both alliances sending 2 robots for a quick swipe. Here comes 1506 for the first pass, 8229 for their second pass as well. Red Alliance doing the same, mirroring over on the red line side of the field. But 8119 doesn't make it back. Blue Alliance with the advantage there, and final shot there from the human player, 59-39 as we enter the teleoperated period. 8119 though, quickly scoring up high for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance answering back during that transition shift. So Blue Alliance able to maintain that lead during that 10-second transition shift. Red Alliance now trying to reclaim it, and they'll do so here with that shot from 8119. 8299 cleaning up as much as possible in the neutral zone, pushing in as many fuel over to their side of the field. Quick heads up play by the 8229 robot. 1506 also grabbing, and now it's Blue Alliance's turn to answer back. 3082 playing some defense against 8229, making them miss most of those shots, but it looks like they're able to get a couple of them in. They got some reserve fuel there on their side of the field. They're going in for another shot. Now unblocked, but got hit right at the last moment by 8119. Another heads up play by the 8119 defensive play. So not a lot gained for the Blue Alliance. Only about 20-point gain here over the Red Alliance, but Red Alliance not doing any scoring, and Blue Alliance able to effectively remove a lot of the fuel over on their side of the field. 8119 looks to be having some issues just getting out of the Blue Alliance side of the field. 11242 showing off that West Coast drive against a swerve drive. Excellent job by this 11242 robot containing the 8119 robot, and it looks like they just beached themselves, not able to keep up with 8119, but damage is done. Blue Alliance now extending that lead, and now 8119 seems to be disconnected. Hopefully they'll get reconnected here in just a moment. It's the end game. Blue Alliance now extending that lead and trying to extend that lead even more. 8229 scoring up high for that Blue Alliance. 1506 going for some fuel surfing as they make their way back, and here they go. 1506 scoring up high, now extending that lead. They still need at least another 80 to be scored up high for that Blue Alliance to be able to get that extra ranking point. Not sure that there's enough time, but 11242 already climbing. Great job by that 11242 robot. Last second climb. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, we got the scores for that last match. Here they come up onto the screen. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 330 to 174. Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points.
Let's meet our teams for match number 72 here on the Galileo field. We start on the Red Alliance, and this team currently ranked number 4 is Team 59.
From Minnesota, it's Patriotics.
Their alliance partner is Team 6487.
Clockwork Knights, all the way from Shanghai, China.
And Team 3931.
Cockadoodle Dominators.
And on the Blue Alliance, Team 111.
Wild Stang.
Their alliance partners 2635.
Lake Monsters.
And Team 6985.
Enkatek, all the way from Turkey.
All right, see ya.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 72 underway here in Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here. Red Alliance spewing a lot of fuel cells into their hub. Here comes the Blue Alliance trying to catch up. Might be a little bit too late, though, to catch them here in autonomous. Yep, Red takes that autonomous round. So when we get past this transition period, shift 1 is going to be Blue Alliance with their hub active. So Blue goes on offense as we enter into shift 1. Wild Stang lining up and shooting in those fuel cells to the Blue hub. Red over 100 points. Blue trying to catch up here in shift 1. They've made a dent. They still need some more if they can catch up here in this first shift. Wild Stang lines up, starts shooting them in. But they are the only team playing offense right now. So they are the only ones scoring for the Blue Alliance so far in shift 1. In shift 2, Red becomes active and they are shooting quite a bit of those fuel cells in. Cockadoodle Dominators shooting them in there before. We enter into shift 3. Blue is active again. Red putting those fuel cells back over on the red side. Wild Stang scoring once again for the Blue Alliance. Only a 40-point deficit. There they go again, shooting. Wild Stang trying to take the load of offense there for the Blue Alliance, keeping them in the match. But Red still has a lead by about 40 points in shift number 4, and they're going to add to it right here. Here comes Ankatech with a robot full of fuel cells. Let's see if they can score some for the Blue Alliance. Wild Sting's putting some up for Blue, but with 15 seconds to go, we've got about a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. It's going to be tough for Blue to catch up. We go under 10 seconds now. 4 seconds left in the match. 2, 1. And time expires here in match number 72. Okay, we've got a score coming up. And match number 72 goes to the Red Alliance. They win it with a score of 290 to 230. That's going to be 3 ranking points for the Red teams. Nicely done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. That work? All right. Thank you. Good to see you. Match number 73 on the Red Alliance is team 5181.
Out of Windmore, Pennsylvania, the Explorer Robotics.
Their alliance partners 11-214.
Out of Bainbridge, Georgia, the Cybercats.
And the third member of the Red Alliance, the Fourth Dimension 6429.
From Bornova, Turkey.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's team 614.
Out of Alexandria, Virginia, the Nighthawks.
Team 4766.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, it's Scream Jr.
And Team 4322.
From Orange in California, it's Clockwork.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 73 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving here in this match. Plenty of scoring by both alliances here in this autonomous round. Slight advantage to the Blue Alliance. It could still go either way. Let's see how it shakes out at the end. Looks like Blue still with a slight advantage. So Blue takes the autonomous, which means after this transition, Red is going to be the active, have the active hub, and they go on offense. So Red on offense here in shift 1. It's pretty much a tie score, but now Red taking the lead here. In the early goings, they go over 100 points first. So here comes shift 2. The Blue Alliance goes on offense. They quickly catch up and overtake the Red Alliance. So Red in the lead here. Clockwork shooting them in. Their partners, Team Scream, also shooting some in. So Clockwork and Scream both putting a number of those fuel cells into the Blue hub. We go to shift number 3. Red goes on offense once again. The Red hub is active. We've got all 3 Red robots shooting into that hub. So they've got about a 50-point deficit to catch up here to the Blue Alliance. Let's see if they can do it. They're running out of time in this shift. We go to shift number 4. Blue is active once again. And they have built up a lead. They've got about a 100-point lead now on over the Red Alliance. Blue still building on the lead as we are moving toward the end game. Team Scream putting some in there, and now we're in the end game. Red hub is active, as well as the blue one now here at the end of the match. Over 300 points for the Blue Alliance, over 200 for the Red Alliance, as we go under 10 seconds. 6:14 working their way over to the hanging bar. They're going to try to hang here at the end of the match, but only 1 second to go. They run out of time. All right, we've got a score coming up here. And and the Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 374 to 235. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
That's fine. We'll just need it in the pits at the end. But if you stay here, honestly, and just shout one of our names, I'll pick it up when we walk back.
Match number 74. We begin with Team 6201.
From Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
Team 10980.
Out of Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
And Team 1690.
From Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And over on blue, Team 5577.
From Detroit, Michigan, the Kinematic Wolves.
Their alliance partners, Team 2556.
Out of Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
And Argos is here, 1756.
Out of Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 74 underway in Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving here. We've got fuel cells being put in on both the blue and the red side. Red with the advantage so far. Let's see if they maintain it. There's a big stream coming from the blue side, but red takes this autonomous round. They go up to 145 points. So red taking autonomous after this transition period. Blue is going to go on offense. They're going to get shift number 1. The blue hub is active. The red hub inactive here in shift 1. Argo shooting in those fuel cells over from the blue side. Trying to catch up. The red line's over 200 points. Radioactive Roach is putting some in as well for blue. But they are not going to catch up to the Red Alliance. Orbit and their partner, the Deadbolts, both putting quite a few of those fuel cells into the red hub, building up a lead. They are over 320 points now here in shift 2. And now we go into shift 3. Blue active again. The Roaches putting a bunch in over on the blue side. Argos putting some in as well. Their third partner, the Kinematic Wolves, look like they are stopped over right by the bump. Tough break for the Blue Alliance. Red flirting with 400. They're going to go over 400 any second now. They do. We're in shift number 4. The Red Alliance over 450 points. And they have things pretty solidly in hand as we go under 40 seconds to go. Deadbolt's putting a few more in. Orbit just sending those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. And now we come into the end game. Orbit putting them up, sucking them up and putting them up like they're picking up protein off the ground and getting more energy as they shoot. We're in the end game. We're down to about 10 seconds remaining in this match. Over 570 and 80 points now for the Red Alliance. Let's see if they go over 600, and they do. 1 second to go, and time expires. All right, we got a score coming up here for match number 74. It is the Red Alliance. They take it with a score of 628 to 216. It's going to be 5 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done. 2 teams in the top 10 as a result of that match. It's the Deadbolts and Orbit, 1690 and 109.80.
Let's meet our teams for match number 75 here on Galileo. On the Red Alliance, it's the Iron Mosquitoes, 56-53.
They come from Babbitt, Minnesota.
Their alliance partners, 94-96.
Out of Spindale, North Carolina, Link.
And team 66-65.
From Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
And over here on the blue side, it's 40-87.
From New Orleans, Louisiana, Voodoo Voltage.
From Michigan, the Tech Bites, 20-54.
They come from Hopkins.
And team 41-25.
From Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 75 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving. Big flurry put in over on the red side by the Red Alliance here in autonomous. They take a good lead here. Looks like they are going to take the autonomous round. And they do. They get over 130, up to 149 points there in autonomous. So when we get past this transition period, we'll get to shift 1. The blue hub will be active. So the Blue Alliance is on offense. Voodoo Voltage putting some in. Confidential putting some in. The Tech Fight's also putting some in. So all 3 of the Blue Alliance robots playing some offense, trying to cut into the lead that Red has, but Red has a big commanding lead. They're still up by about 70 points at the end of shift 1. We enter into shift 2, and a big flurry of fuel cells being put in by Link, building on that lead. They've got over a 100-point lead here in shift number 2. Some contact by a couple of robots. 41-25. Confidential for Blue, playing some tough defense over on the red side. But that Red Alliance has some strong offensive teams, and they have a strong lead here with about a minute to go. More scoring over on the blue side here in shift number 3. But they still got a long road to climb here if they want to catch up. We go into shift 4. Another flurry of scoring coming of the yellow-blue fuel cells over on the red side. They go over 350 points. So almost a 200-point lead here as we're coming into the end game. Red Alliance now looking to get over 400. They're just about there. Blue Alliance trying to get above 200. They are almost there as well. Red goes over 400. Blue just about to go over 200. And they do. Red over 460 now. We're under 10 seconds remaining in the match. 4 seconds now. 3, 2. It looks like Red's going over 500 and time expires. All right, we got a score coming up here for match 75. And it's the Red Alliance taking the match. They win it. A score of 525 to 238. 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Yep. All right, let's introduce our teams. We begin on qualification match number 76 on the Red Alliance. It's team 18.
Out of Edina, Minnesota, the Green Machine.
Team 3501.
From Sunnyvale, Florida, California, the Firebots.
And from Austin, Texas, team 2468.
That's Team Appreciate.
Over here on the blue side, 1403.
Out of Skillman, New Jersey, Cougar Robotics.
Team 1533.
Out of Greensboro, North Carolina, Triple Strange.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance is team 449.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 76 is underway. It's autonomous here in Galileo. All 6 robots moving. Plenty of fuel cells being scored on both sides of the field and both hubs. It's fairly close. Blue with the lead, but they keep flip-flopping. Red trying to take the lead, and they do at the very end there. So red goes over 100. They take autonomous, so when we get to shift 1, blue is going to be on offense with their hub active. The Blair Robot Project 449 putting a bunch of those fuel cells in for blue at the beginning of shift number 1. We've got red robots trying to get those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. The Blair Robot Project looks like they were stuck on the hub for a while, but their partner came and pushed them off. Then they score into the blue hub. We go to shift number 2. Advantage red at this point. They're up by about 70 points, and they are shooting into the red hub, which is active here. Team Appreciate 2468 putting a whole bunch of fuel cells in, going to get some more, and here comes some more scoring by Appreciate and the Firebots. We go to shift number 3, the Blue Alliance on offense now. And they are scoring. Cougar Robotics putting them in. Blair Robot Project putting them in. They've got a big deficit, though, still to catch up to the red robots, to the Red Alliance. Red up by about 60 points, and now red goes on offense in shift number 4 once again. The green machine doing some offense. Firebots doing some offense. Team Appreciate doing some offense. So all 3 of the red robots on the offensive side, they're getting close to 500 points. Let's see if they can do it as we go into the end game. Here comes Cougar Robotics with a whole bunch of scoring, as is the Blair Robot Project. They're over 300, getting at 350. Red is over 500, though, as we count down to 10 seconds remaining in the match. Blair Robot Project 449 shooting them in for blue. 4 seconds now remaining in the match. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. It is the Red Alliance, and they did score 569 points, 390 for blue. 5 ranking points to red because they did get over 500 fuel cell points, so they got supercharged. They got the extra 2 ranking points. So 5 ranking points going to the red teams. Nicely done. We had a 4th seeded team at the end of that match, and a 9th seeded team on the red side. Team 449 with that loss went down to 6th seed.
Thank you, Jay. Thanks for fixing my field, Ayla. I really appreciate it. Especially we just got that. That was the last one we really needed. 5 already done. Good. Everything's good.
Match 77 on the Red Alliance, team 11-4-17.
From Denver, North Carolina, it's the Nano Knights.
Their alliance partners, Metal Moose 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
And the third member of the alliance, currently ranked number 2, 7769.
Out of Royal Oak, Michigan, the Crew.
And on blue, team 2590.
From Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
Team 7915.
Out of Ripon, Wisconsin, Ripon Robotics.
And this team is in the top 8. They're currently ranked number 7, team 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, it's RoboForce.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 77 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous, all 6 robots moving. The Red Alliance with an early lead here in the autonomous round, but Blue getting plenty of scoring done themselves for autonomous. Red goes over 100 points though, so they are gonna take this autonomous round, which means after this slurk transition, the Blue Alliance is gonna go on offense. That Blue hub is gonna be active. And here we go in shift number 1. Blue on offense. Nemesis scoring for Blue. And here comes their partner, RoboForce, scoring as well. And now the third partner, Ripon, is also scoring for Blue. So everybody on Blue scoring. They're gonna try to catch up to Red. Red is just under 200 points. Blue closing the gap, but they do not overtake the lead. We go to shift number 2. Red is on offense now. Shooting by the Metal Moose and the Crew, putting it into the Red hub. They are getting up there around 300. They are gonna go over 300 here in shift number 2. And we've still got plenty of time to go in this match. We've got one Red robot playing defense. That's the Nano Knights over on the blue side of the field. 2 Blue robots playing offense, shooting into the Blue goal. Third Blue robot, Ripon, grabbing some little fuel cells over in the middle of the field, and now they're shooting them into the Blue hub as well. So Blue is trying to catch up. They almost get there at the end of shift number 3, but Red still with a slight lead. And they go on offense again in shift number 4. Metal Moose putting them in there. They are over 400 points, about a 100-point lead here in shift 4. We're coming down to the end game. Some shooting being done by the Crew here. That goes into the Red hub as well. Red now trying to get over 500. Blue trying to get up to 400. Under 20 seconds to go in this match. Red goes over 500. Blue just about over 400, and they get over 400 as well. We're under 10 seconds now remaining in the match. 5 seconds now. Here comes the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Red was trying to get up to 600. We'll see if in the official scoring they made it. It appears that they might have just missed, but let's find out how the referee scored the official numbers. And the Red Alliance takes it. And it turns out they do go over 600. Nicely done by the Red Alliance. So red scoring 5 ranking points in that match. Nicely done. The number 2 seed was in that alliance. That's the crew, number 7769. 1 ranking point going to the blue teams. RoboForce 484 lowered their ranking by virtue of that loss down to number 13.
Gali! Gali! Gali, Gali, Gali! Gali, Gali, Gali! Gali! Okay, I'm so happy to see you here this morning. Let's welcome the teams of Qual match number 78. Starting with team. I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew. 2, 2, 3, 1.
Out of Shoham, Israel, it's Onyxtronics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 931.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Perpetual Chaos.
And rounding up the red alliance, we've got 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, the Terror Bites.
And over here, on the blue alliance, thank you for the flag. It's 8069.
From St. Charles, Missouri, it's the Super Hornets.
Joining them in the middle team, 4655.
From Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
And rounding up the blue alliance, we've got 364.
Out of Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 78 underway on Galileo. It's autonomous, all 6 robots moving. Close here in the early goings of the autonomous round. Red now taking a bit of a lead, but here comes blue. Let's see if they can catch up. Nope, it's going to be red. They go over 125 points here in the autonomous. They take the round. So when we get to shift 1, blue is going to go on offense. The blue hub will be active, and here comes shift 1. Super Hornets scoring for the Blue Alliance. State Line Robotics scoring for blue as well. State Line putting some more up for the Blue Alliance, trying to catch up and grab the lead from red in this first shift, and they catch up and they overtake them by a couple of points. But it's pretty close, and red takes the offensive line here in shift number 2. They take over the lead, and they've already built up a bit of a good lead. They're over 100 points ahead of blue here in shift 2. Some strong offense by the red teams. Onyxtronics putting quite a few in, among others. We go to shift 3, blue on offense. State Line Robotics putting a bunch in. They're just continually picking them up and shooting them. It's a steady scoring stream by State Line, the team from Illinois. But now we go to shift number 4, and that Red Alliance just keeps on building on their lead. They've got over 100-point lead. They're coming up on 400. It looks like they're going to go over 400 momentarily, and they do. We're coming to the end of shift number 4. We're getting to the end game here. 425 points for the Red Alliance in the lead. They've got about a 200-point lead. And now we're under half a minute in the end game. State Line putting them up for the Blue Alliance. Team Fusion gathering a bunch of those yellow fuel cells. Super Hornets gathering a bunch in the middle of the field. That's for the Blue Alliance, but the Red Alliance still continues to score. They are up over 400, putting on 500 now. 2 seconds, 1. And time expires here in match number 78. All right, we got the score coming up here for 78. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 509 to 327. That's going to get the Red Alliance teams 4 ranking points. Team 65-28 stays in the 7th seeded position as a result of that win. 509 to 327, favor of the Red Alliance.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 79, starting with team 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, Olympia Robotics Federation.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we got 8159.
From Ataşehir, Istanbul in Turkey, it's Golden Horn.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 8229.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's Balak Bayan Bats.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3937.
From Searcy, Arkansas, it's Breakaway.
And I'm going to introduce them in Spanish. It's 5705.
Out of Torreon, Mexico, the Desert Eagles.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 79 underway. Here on Galileo, it is autonomous. We've got 5 out of the 6 robots working here in the autonomous round, moving. The Red Alliance with an advantage here. But Blue piling in right there at the end. They're going to try to overtake Red. Let's see if they do. Nope. Red maintains the lead. So Red wins the autonomous round. Blue is going to go on offense with the active hub in shift number 1, which begins now. So there's some shots now coming in from Breakaway. That's 39-37 over on the blue side. They're getting close, and they're going to try to overtake the Red lead here in this match. Balak Bayan lining up to shoot, and they put a bunch of fuel cells in. They just about catch up, but then the second shift begins, and now Red just pulling away with their lead. So Red working on getting over a 100-point lead, and they do here in shift number 2. The Golden Horn puts them in pretty quickly. So does Olympia Robotics Federation and Raid. So all 3 of the Red robots scoring pretty effectively. They're at 350 points. But we go into shift number 3. Blue on offense once again. Breakaway putting in most of those fuel cells for the Blue Alliance. Here they go again. But their partners putting in quite a few as well. That's Balak Bayan. Red, though, goes on offense as we enter into shift number 4. They go over 400 points. So over a 150-point lead for the Red Alliance here. We're coming down to the end of the match, a little over half a minute to go. Balak Bayan spewing those yellow fuel cells all over back to the blue side of the field. And now we go into the end game, both Red and Blue on offense to end this match. And Blue piling in now, putting a lot of scoring in, but it's going to be too little too late, it looks like, as we go under 10 seconds here in this match. Red over 600 points with 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. Blue trying to get over 400. Looks like they are right around that. I think they'll get over 400. We'll see when the referees give us the official score. And the score is up. Red Alliance does win the match. They win it by a score of 651 to exactly 400 for the blue. So 651 points for the Red Alliance. They get 5 ranking points, 2 for being supercharged, and 1 ranking point going to the blue teams. They get 400 points exactly, 1 for getting over 360 fuel cells.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 80. Oh, wow. Starting with team 5895.
From Hightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2393.
Out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got team 111.
A Hall of Fame team out of Arlington Heights, Illinois. It's Wild Sting.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. And we're going to start with team 3243.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2491.
Out of St. Paul, Minnesota, no Mythic.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, it's team 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the Bullabots.
Drivers behind the lines. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 80. 5 out of the 6 robots moving in autonomous here on Galileo. Now everyone moving. Lots of scoring over on the blue side, also on the red side. Red takes the early lead. Blue, though, overcomes it, and they take the lead. Now red back into the lead here in autonomous. And it looks like red is going to take the autonomous round. It flip-flopped a little, but red ended up with the lead. So that means blue is going to go on offense first when we get to shift 1. Red using the transition period to build up their lead by about 20 points, but we're into shift 1 now. And blue on offense. Bullabots putting some fuel cells into that blue hub, which is active, and they take the lead. A minute and 3/4 to go in the match. Blue up by about 50 points, but now we go into shift 2. Red is on offense, and they are scoring. There's Wildstein putting a good stream in. Here come their partners, Petty Robotics. They're putting some in. Wildstein scoring again. The third red robot over on the blue side playing some defense and collecting some of those fuel cells. We enter into shift number 3. There was about a 50-point lead for the Red Alliance, but now blue on offense, they're closing down that gap. They've almost got it tied. They're going to get it tied, and they're going to overtake them with about a minute to go. And now blue in the lead here in shift number 3. We go under a minute, and we go to shift number 4. Red goes back on offense. They catch up, and they take the lead now. So red in the lead. They've got over 300 points. They're going to go over 350 here, and they do. 40 seconds to go in the match. Wildstein putting a big chunk of balls up into the air and into the hub. Red just under 400 points here. Now they're over 400. And blue just under 300 as we get to the end game. Blue gets over 300. Red is over 400. They're going to get over 455 in a second here. We've got 15 seconds to go in this match. Blue trying to get up to 400, but red trying to get over 500. We got 5 seconds to go. Will red make 500? 3 seconds now. 2, 1. Red goes over 500. Blue just under 300. When we get the referees to give us the official score, we may see blue over 400 as well. All right, here comes the official score. And it is the Red Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 513 to 421. So that's 5 ranking points for the red teams, 1 for the blue teams in defeat. Nicely done.
And now, let me introduce you to the teams of Qual match number 81, starting with team 8858.
From Wiley, Texas, it's the Beast from the East.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8119.
From Imperial, California, Tiger Robotics.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 614.
Alexandria, Virginia, it's the Nighthawks.
And over on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 59. 5913.
From Pequot Lakes, Minnesota, it's the Patriotics.
Joining them, Joining them in the middle, it's team 1023.
Out of Temperance, Michigan, the Bedford Express.
And running up the blue lines, we've got 9572.
From Novi, Michigan, the CC Shambites.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 81 is underway. We are in autonomous here on Archimedes, not on Archimedes, on Galileo. All 6 of the robots are moving here in the autonomous round. The Blue Alliance with the lead. They have the advantage. They get over 100 points here in autonomous. So red is going to go on offense when we get to shift 1. Their hub is going to be active. Both teams scoring in the transition, and here comes shift 1. So blue over 170 points at 175, red over 100, and they are on offense. They are closing in on the blue lead quickly. They should catch up shortly before this shift is over. There's a few more scores. So red catches up and they overtake the lead. But we go to shift 2 and blue immediately catches up and takes the lead back. So we flip-flop into blue advantage. And wow, the Tiger Robotics 81-19 from red, shooting them completely cross field, those fuel cells all the way from the blue driver zone all the way to the red side. At the end of that shift, we go into shift 3. Red is now on offense again. They're going to try to catch up. Blue has built up about a 150-point lead now, so red has a lot of ground to catch up here. 81-19 Tiger Robotics putting quite a few into the red hub. But we go to shift number 4 and blue goes on offense again. Blue's hub is active. Bedford Express putting quite a few in for blue. Their partners, the Shambites, picking up a lot of those cells off the ground. In position now, they're going to try to score them. They're in position to shoot, and they now showed them in. Blue is over 400 points as we go into the end game. About 20 seconds to go. Red getting close to 300. They're going to try to get over 300 here by the end. We got about 12 seconds to go. We've got 5 seconds now remaining in the match. Let's see if red gets over 500 with 2 seconds. 1. And time expires, and red does, or blue does, get over 500 points. We got a score coming up, and the Blue Alliance takes the match. They win by a score of 522 to 355. 5 ranking points for the blue teams. 59-13, maintains their position as the number 5 seed here. Nicely done.
Okay, let's meet the teams of qual match number 82, starting with team 78-14.
Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 55-77.
Kinematic Wolves.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 10-0-34.
Gamma Land.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, currently ranked number 3, it's team 1768.
The Shoba Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 39-31.
Cockadoodle Dominators.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 4607.
CIS.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 82 is underway. 1768 quickly grabbing fuel, setting it up into that Blue Alliance hub. 39-31 joining the party over there on the blue side of the field is Red Alliance with a ton of fuel waiting to get picked up and scored. There goes 1768 scoring another volley of fuel. And heading back out to the middle of the field as time expires in the autonomous portion of match number 82. 86-38, Blue Alliance in the lead, so Red getting the first isolated shift of the match as Blue quickly scoring during the transition shift, building up that lead. Now it is the Red Alliance's shift, so Blue's hub is deactivated, but Blue setting themselves up, collecting a ton of fuel and collecting it over on that Blue Alliance zone. Meanwhile, over on the red side of the field, 78-40 scoring for the Red Alliance, but a lot of off-target shots as 1768 heads over to the red side of the field, stealing more fuel, getting in position to score here early on in the Blue Alliance's first isolated shift. Blue already over 200 points scored, and another volley of fuel there from the 1768 machine as 4607 scoring. That's CIS scoring for the Blue Alliance. Blue scoring a ton of fuel in this shift, over 300 points now as we transition back over to the Red Alliance side of the field. Looks like two of the Red Alliance robots trying to score there as 7840 grabs some more fuel, sends a few more fuel up and into that Red Alliance hub. We have about 9 seconds left in this shift for Red as 7840 continues to score fuel one at a time there for the Red Alliance. Now Blue Alliance ready to score as soon as their hub becomes active, and CIS begins scoring for the Blue Alliance as well. Over 400 points now. Blue securing the energized ranking point. Now they're starting to get closer and closer to the supercharged ranking point. They're probably going to hit it here before we hit the end game portion of the match, which starts now. So both hubs are active. Each alliance can score now. Blue Alliance just crossing that 500-point threshold. So this looks to be a 5 ranking point match for our Red Alliance with under 20 seconds left to go. 524 to 170. Another volley of fuel there from the 1768 machine with 10 seconds left to go in match 82. Red Alliance trying to score a few more. 39-31 scoring there for the Blue Alliance as 1768 gets one final volley of fuel into that hub as time expires on match 82. Our results for match 82 going up on the screen, and it's going to be a Blue Alliance victory, 630 to 177. Blue Alliance getting 5 ranking points from match 82.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 83, starting with team 1756.
It's Argos.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1506.
Metal Muscle.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 11244.
Avrasia Robotics.
Over here, on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 6487.
Clockwork Knights.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 242.
Golden Eagle Mechanics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 4087.
Voodoo Voltage.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 83 is underway. Robots heading out to the middle of the field, looking to take aim at their hubs. There goes the Red Alliance, scoring quickly, scoring fuel into that hub for the Red Alliance. Looks like the Red Alliance going to hang on to a lead, but here comes the Blue Alliance. Our team out of Shanghai, 64-87, getting a last couple shots in before the end of the autonomous period, but it's still going to be a Red Alliance advantage as we begin the driver control portion of match 83. 1756, Argos scoring a few fuel there for the Red Alliance as our team over on the Blue Alliance, 64-87. Our team out of Shanghai scoring for the Blue Alliance as Blue starting to close the gap on our Red Alliance. 132-129, just a few points separating these two teams as we come to the final seconds of the Blue Alliance's first shift. It's now Red Alliance's shift. Blue leading 147-132. We'll see what kind of answer Red Alliance could have, and they storm back quickly, retaking the lead as Argos goes on the hunt for more fuel there in the Red Alliance zone. Their partner 11-244 scoring as well, and then 1506, they're looking to score as they collect more fuel from the middle of the field. We're now in the Blue Alliance's shift as the Red Alliance takes a 195-150 lead. Over a minute left to play, so this one could easily swing back in favor of the Blue Alliance, but Argos and Metal Muscle running fuel back from that Blue Alliance side of the field. There goes the Dragons there, 64-87 out of Shanghai. Another load of fuel going up and into that hub. Blue unable to catch up to Red during that shift as we enter the Red Alliance's final shift of the match. After this, we'll be in the end game period, and both alliances will have active hubs. 1756 looking to collect more fuel, trying to find an opening to score, but 40-87 on the Blue Alliance, playing some stiff defense there on the Red Alliance scores. 30 seconds left to go. We're now in the end game portion of the match with Red leading 325-175. Red not quite at that energized ranking point, only 294 fuel scored, so they need about 60 more in order to secure at least one of the bonus ranking points from this match. Metal Muscle 1506 scoring for the Red Alliance there, getting them closer. They're about 20 fuel away with 4 seconds left. Is that last load of fuel enough from 1506 as time expires on match 83? Results for match 83. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory, 403-225. Red Alliance picking up 4 ranking points from match 83.
And now let me introduce you to the teams of qual match number 84, starting with team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
Joining them in the middle, it's 6911.
Out of Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 7183.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 4766.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, Team Scream Jr.
Joining them in the middle, what time is it? 2582.
From Lufkin, Texas, the Pantherbots.
And now rounding up the Blue Alliance, Chicken Butt what? 3082.
From Minnetonka, Minnesota, Chicken Bot Pie.
Drivers, drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, match number 84 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody's moving here in this round. Red Alliance with an early lead, but here comes a flurry out of Team Screen into the blue hub, and blue overtakes red. So blue is gonna take the autonomous round. Here's the transition period. When we start shift one, red is gonna have the active hub and they're gonna go on offense. So blue with a slight lead here as we enter into shift one, but red immediately, Confidential putting a whole bunch in there, and their partner, War also, they take over the lead. And now it is a red lead here in shift one. $88 points for red. Blue now goes on offense in shift two. They're gonna try to catch up, and they are close, but not quite there yet. Two red robots over on the blue side. Now all three of them and only one blue one. Now a second blue one. So a lot of defense slowing down blue, but they still managed to score. They go over 100 points. Blue is in the lead. But now we're in shift 3. Red is on offense again. War putting them in. Confidential putting them in. Sobots putting them in. So the Red Alliance takes the lead. They go up by about 35 points. Now more. They're going to get over 200 here. And now we go to shift 4, and blue goes on offense. Blue shooting them up and in. Again, 2 red robots on defense on the 2 offensive blue robots. So blue definitely being defended. It's an interesting strategy by the Red Alliance, but it seems to be working because red does have the lead. We enter into the end game. Red up by about 50 points. Both alliances now on offense. A flurry of balls put in by multiple red robots into the hub. They're up to 269 points, 270. And we're under 10 seconds to go. So about an 80, 90 point lead for the Red Alliance as we got the end. 2, 1, and time expires. Score coming up. It is the Red Alliance. They win the match by a score of 319 to 209. It's going to be 3 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
And now I'm going to introduce you the teams of Qual match number 85 coming from Quebec. I'm going to introduce them in French, at least try to. Conseil 44.
From Montreal, Quebec, it is the Spartaites.
Joining them in the middle, it's 66, 65.
From Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 6201.
Out of Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 6429.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's the Fourth Dimension.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, Cyber Tribe.
Hey, and rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 10-9-80.
Out of Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 85 in Galileo. We are on the autonomous mode. All 6 robots moving in autonomous. Plenty of scoring over on the blue side. The Deadbolts putting quite a few of those in for blue. Blue takes this autonomous round. That means when we get to shift 1, the Red Alliance is going to be on offense. The Red Hub will be active. So here comes shift number 1. Blue Alliance already over 100 points. The Red Alliance now scoring in shift 1. The Spartaites putting some fuel cells into the hub. They grab a few more. They start shooting a few more again. So Red trying to cut into that lead. Let's see if they can get up to 100 in this shift. They get close, but now it's shift 2. And here comes the Deadbolts once again, putting up those fuel cells for the Blue Alliance. Multiple fuel cells going in. They are up over 200 points already over on the blue side. Shift number 2. Advantage blue. And we go to shift number 3. Red takes over again. A few scores over by the red robots. The Highlanders put a few in, as did the Spartaites. Highlanders scoring again as well. So about a 100-point, maybe 90-point lead for the Blue Alliance as we enter into shift 4. Blue goes on offense again. Cyber Tribe and the Deadbolts both shooting it in, as well as their third partner, the Fourth Dimension. So all 3 blue robots scoring. They go over 300 points in this 4th shift. They have about a 150-point lead here as we come to the end game. We enter in the end game. Both hubs become activated. So both red and blue now scoring at will. We're down under 20 seconds remaining in the match. About 325 points for the Blue Alliance. They're going to go over 350. The Red Alliance going to try to get over 200 here. We got 5 seconds to go. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And time expires. All right, we've got a score coming up here. And it's going to be the Blue Alliance taking this match. They win it by a score of 356 to 206. 3 ranking points for the Blue Alliance in that match. Our number 9 seeded Alliance stay in their position by virtue of that win.
And now, let's meet the team of qual match number 86, starting with team 2635.
Out of Lake Oswego, Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 11214.
From Bainbridge, Georgia, Cybercats.
And rounding up the red alliance, let's say shalom to 7450.
Currently sitting in the number 1 seeded position out of West Hills, California, Jaguar Robotics.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 2054.
From Hopkins, Michigan, the Tech Fights.
Joining them in the middle, it's 2556.
Out of Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 5181.
From Winmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
Behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 86 is underway. We're in autonomous here on Galileo. All 6 robots moving in the autonomous round. The Blue Alliance with an early lead. The tech fights 2054 continually putting in those fuel cells, and that helps the Blue Alliance to take autonomous. So when we enter into shift 1, the red hub is going to be active. Red is going to be on offense, and here we go. Blue with over 100 points. Let's see if red can cut into that lead here during this shift. Some nice, tough defense, though, by Explorer Robotics, preventing some of the red robots from getting over the hump. But they end up getting there eventually. And here comes Jaguar, our #1 seed, scoring into the red hub. Remember, Jaguar 74-15 on red is our #1 seed currently. So blue trying to knock them down. Blue with about a 100-point lead here with a minute and a half to go. Jaguar with a full robot full of fuel cells, but 51-81 once again slowing them down, pushing them out of the way. Great defense by Explorer Robotics. 51-81 on the Blue Alliance. This is a tough strategy that Blue is executing, and they're doing a great job of it. About a minute left to go in the match. Over a 100-point lead for the Blue Alliance. We go into the 4th shift. Blue still with a lead, a pretty big lead. They're trying to get up to they've got about a 150-point lead. They're going to try to make it even more here with 40 seconds to go. 51-81, just doing incredible work on defense here in this match. And that is making a huge difference. But here comes Jaguar. They put in a lot of those fuel cells there, but it could be a case of too little, too late. They score a lot, but they're still being defended pretty heavily, and we're down to about 10 seconds remaining in the match. 51-81, Explorer still great defense with 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What a match for the Blue Alliance. Especially that defense that was done by Explorer Robotics. Here come the results. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 347-138. They get 3 ranking points, and because of that win by the Blue Alliance, they knock our #1 seed all the way down to the #5 seeded position. So an incredible strategy of defense by the Blue Alliance really is affecting some of the seeding.
Now, let me introduce you to the teams of qual match number 87, starting with team 56-53.
Out of Babbitt, Minnesota, the Iron Mosquitoes.
Joining them in the middle is team 51.
A Hall of Fame team from Pontiac, Michigan, the Wings of Fire.
And rounding up the Red Alliance coming from Turkey, it's 69-85.
From Dilovasi, Turkey, it's Enkatak.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, and we're starting with team. Going to introduce them in Hebrew. It's Shashasratishi!
From Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
Joining them in the middle, it's 94-96.
Out of Spindale, North Carolina, Link.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 28-13.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
What? Yeah, just tell her to pull it out. Just tell her to pull it out if there's a problem.
And in the meantime, Gali! You sound tired. Come on. Gali! That's better, thank you. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 87 is underway. We're here in Galileo. This is autonomous. Big flurry by the gearheads put in, and their partners link as well. So the Blue Alliance going to town, and now Orbit doing it. So the Blue Alliance going to town in autonomous, over 200 points. Wow, that's the most I've seen. So we're gonna enter, after the transition here, when we enter into the shift 1, the Red Alliance is gonna be active, they're hub, and they're gonna be on offense, but they've already got quite a deficit to overcome. 2 minutes to go in this match, and already a 140-point lead for the Blue Alliance. That was an incredible autonomous round by the blue teams. And here they go once again. The gearheads scoring. Over 300 points, and they're getting close to 400. So the Blue Line's gonna go over 400 points here, and we're only in shift number 2. 450 points. Here comes shift 3. Iron Mosquitoes putting them in, Wings of Fire putting them in for the Red Alliance. But the Blue Alliance over 500 points already, and there's still a minute to go in this match. More scoring here in shift number 3 by the Red Alliance. They're up to about 225, but holy cow. Look at that onslaught of fuel cells by the Blue Alliance. They're going to go over 600 points momentarily here. They're way over 600, and we've still got over half a minute to go. Blue Alliance, looks like they're trying to get a new high score here on Galileo. We go into the end game. Red is on offense as well. Holy cow. When you got multiple blue robots scoring, it's amazing. All right, we're up to 750 now. 15 seconds to go. Can they beat that 830 some odd point high score we have? Let's see. They go over 800. 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. This is definitely going to be a high score here on Galileo. Woo! Wow. Impressive work by the Blue Alliance in that match. Let's see what the official numbers are. Here it comes. Blue, of course, wins that one. They win by a score of 899. They just missed getting 900. Oh, that would have been nice. So 899 to 334. Of course, it's a new high score here on Galileo. It moves 2 teams up in the ranking. All the teams go up in the rankings, but now we've got Orbit is number 8, and Link is number 10. 5 ranking points for the blue teams. Wow, that was impressive.
And now, let me introduce you to the teams of Qual match number 88, starting with team 16.
Another Hall of Fame team here in Galileo out of Mountain Home, Arkansas, the Bomb Squad.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2393.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 1403.
From Skillman, New Jersey, it's Cougar Robotics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got 10991.
From Sandy, Oregon, the Pyobites.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4322.
From Orange, California, it's Clockwork Orange.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 2231.
Out of Shoham, Israel, Onyxtronics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 88 underway. We're here in Galileo, and this is autonomous. All 6 robots moving in autonomous. The Bomb Squad looks like they're stuck on some of the fuel cells. The Blue Alliance looking to take the lead here, go over 100 points here in autonomous, and they do take the autonomous round. So after this transition period, Red is going to go on offense. Their hub will be active. Blue just taking advantage of the transition period, scoring a little bit more there. So Blue with just under a 100-point lead, but Red on offense now. They're cutting into that lead, and they are going to try to catch up. The Bomb Squad scoring. Cougar Robotics scoring as well for Red. Roboticons as well. So Red just about caught up, almost. And now we go to shift number 2, and the Blue Alliance goes on offense. Onyxtronics shooting a steady stream of fuel cells into the hub for Blue. Building that lead up again. They go over 100. And they're going to pass 300 points, but they have more than a 100-point lead. We enter into shift number 3 here. Red goes on offense. You've got the Bomb Squad and the Roboticons scoring, as well as Cougar Robotics. So all 3 Red robots scoring in this shift. But we've still got over 300 points on Blue. About a 70-point, 65-point lead for the Blue Alliance. We go into shift number 4. Blue goes on offense once again. They're building the lead up to about 100 points. And we go down to about 40 seconds. Nice offensive onslaught by the Blue Alliance. They are getting up close to 400 points. They should be exceeding it momentarily. But Red going to town. They're going to get 300 any second now. There goes Blue over 400, but there's Red over 300. We got 15 seconds to go. Red with a great flurry of activity here toward the end of the match, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late with 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. The score. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it with a score of 457 to 369. 4 ranking points for the blue teams, 1 for Red. Nicely done. All right, that's match number 88. We're going up to 92, and then we're going to take a lunch break. So we got 4 more matches, and then we're going to go to lunch.
And now, let me introduce you to the teams of Qual match number 89. Starting with team 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, Olympia Robotics Federation.
Joining them in the middle, it's 1391.
Out of Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 9572.
Out of Novi, Michigan, CC Shambites.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 2468.
From Austin, Texas, it's Team Appreciate.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 11417.
Out of Denver, North Carolina, the Nano Knights.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 8159.
Out of Adaşehir, Istanbul, Turkey, it's Golden Horn.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 89 is underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots active in autonomous here on Galileo. The Blue Alliance is going to take this autonomous round. scoring 138 points. So as soon as we get through this transition period, shift 1 will activate the red hub and the red alliance will go on offense. So here we are in shift 1, red on offense. They're going to try to close the gap here. They're about 60 points behind blue. Let's see if they can close it and catch up here in this shift. Some scoring going in by the Red Alliance. The Metal Moose putting some fuel cells into that red hub. They are just about caught up, but now we go into red 2, into shift number 2, and the Blue Alliance takes the offensive mode, quickly increasing on their lead. They've built it up to over 100 points. Blue about to go over 300 points here. Just under 3. And we go to shift 3. Red trying to go over 200, and they do it. So red on offense in shift 3 here. They are over 200 points. They're going to catch up with the Blue Alliance. Nice job by red here at the end of shift number 3. They go over 300 points. But now here's shift 4. Blue is on offense. They go over 300 and they take the lead back from red. So blue quickly racking up the points, getting close to 400, and they're going to go over 400 here in shift number 4. And they do it as we count down to the end game here. Last 30 seconds of the match. Red goes back on offense. Blue continues on offense because both teams are on offense at the end of the match. We've got 20 seconds to go. 445 points for blue. 444 for 46, or 48 now for red. So it is back and forth in the last 5 seconds of this match. Who's going to take it? 3 seconds now. 2, 1. Oh, it is close as time expires. The score on the board is the unofficial score. So let's wait on the referees to finalize it. Only 2 points difference in the unofficial. Here comes the official score. It's the Blue Alliance. Blue takes it by a score of 510 to 477. There were penalty points in there, but both teams were allocated some penalty points. So there were some more fuel points scored at the end by the Blue Alliance, and they took the match. 2, 4, 6, 8 went from their position of, I think it was 9th seed up to 8th seed as a result of that. All right. Like I said before, we've got match number 90 coming up. We're going to play through 92, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. Remember, at the end of the day, that will be the final seeding for all these teams. And first thing tomorrow morning, we're going to do alliance selection to pick our playoff teams. So this afternoon, everybody is going to be paying attention to where teams are sitting in the seeding, and strategies will be formed. This upcoming match, we're going to have our number 1 seed, our current number 1 seed, on the Red Alliance. So this match will probably have some impact on our final seeding at the end of the day.
Now, let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 90. We've come a long way, starting with team 7769.
From Royal Oak, Michigan, our current number 1 seeded team, it is the Crew.
Joining them in the middle, it's 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, it's CIS.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 5577.
Out of Detroit, Michigan, the Kinematic Wolves.
Moving on over to the blue alliance, starting with team 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bullabats.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8069.
From St. Charles, Missouri, it's the Super Hornets.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 111.
One of our Hall of Fame teams out of Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's Wild Sting.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 90 underway. Here we are on Galileo. It is autonomous. All 6 robots moving. Quite a flurry of scoring over on the red side here in autonomous. They have a big lead. The Blue Alliance scoring a little bit in autonomous, but Red is going to take this autonomous round. They get over 100 points. And Blue is going to go on offense in shift number 1. Red adds to the lead in the transition period, and now Blue on offense. Wild Sting queuing up and shooting a bunch of those fuel cells into the Blue hub. Their partners, Bullabots, putting some in for Blue, and now Wild Sting lining up and shooting for Blue as well. So the Blue Alliance doesn't quite close the gap all the way as we go into shift number 2. Red still in the lead, and they have built up a 100-point lead over the Blue Alliance. So our number 1 seed, the Crew, scoring heavily here, and now scoring again for the Red Alliance. So the Crew helping their alliance, the Red Alliance, go over 300 points, and we now enter into the 3rd shift. 3rd shift, and Bullabot scoring for Blue. Here comes Wild Sting to score for Blue. So both teams scoring well for Blue. There's the Bullabots again, and Wild Sting as well. But the Red Alliance, especially team 7769, the Crew, just outscoring the Blue Alliance. So Red with 350 points, the Blue Alliance just about at 200. And when they go active again, they will probably get above 200. We go into the end game. Blue Alliance goes over 200. The Red Alliance trying to go over 400, and they do. We've got about 15 seconds to go. 300 points for Blue, 430, and now we're going to be up to 450 at least, maybe 460 for Red. 5 seconds to go. 3 seconds now, 2, 1. Okay, we got a score coming up. It is the Red Alliance that takes the match. They win it by a score of 475 to 367. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Our number 1 seed stays in the number 1 seeded position. Nicely done.
Now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 91, starting with team 931!
Out of St. Louis, Missouri, it's Perpetual Chaos.
Joining them in the middle, it's 1506!
Out of Flint, Michigan, Metal Muscle.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 5895!
From Hightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. And we're starting with team 3501!
From Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
Joining them in the middle, it's 614!
From Alexandria, Virginia, the Nighthawks.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 7840!
And out of Istanbul, Turkey, it's Eminar Robotics.
Drivers! Oh, sorry. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 91 underway at Galileo. It is autonomous, all 6 robots moving here. The Red Alliance with an early lead here. Looks like they are going to take the autonomous round. And they do. Over 100 points for the Red Alliance in autonomous. Blue is going to go on offense first. In shift number 1, and they do. We've got a blue robot, 614. The Nighthawks was stuck on the fuel cells, but they got pushed off fairly quickly and easily by their partners, and everybody operational over on the blue side. So now blue scoring into the blue hub, 3501. The Firebots currently sitting in the number 3 seated position, working hard over for the blue side. Meanwhile, back on the red side, we've got the Petty Robotics scoring quite a few of those fuel cells for red, and they've got 260 points. So over a 100-point lead right now for the Red Alliance. Blue now, we go to shift number 3, and blue is on offense. The Firebots go on offense, and they are scoring for the Blue Alliance. They go over 200 points, but still about 80 points below the Red Alliance. We go down under a minute here in shift 3. Blue scores a little bit more, but now red goes on offense, and they are building on that lead. They go over 300, and they've got about a 100-point lead once again. We got about 40 seconds to go in this match. The Red Alliance scoring again. That's Metal Muscle putting in a bunch of fuel cells. Meanwhile, over on the blue side, they score again as we come down to the end game. 23 seconds remaining in this match. 150-point lead for the Red Alliance as we come down to the end. Come down to about 10 seconds left in this match. Over 400 points for red, 260 for blue. We've got Nighthawks lining up. It looked like they were going to try to hang there, but they ran out of time at the end for the Blue Alliance. All right, the official score coming up here, and the Red Alliance takes the match. They win by a score of 436 to 294. 4 ranking points for the red teams. So with that defeat, 3501, the Firebots go from the number 3 seed down to the number 7 seeded position. But 1506, Metal Muscle, increases their position. They improve from the 12 seeded position up to the number 10 seeded position. Okay, we've got one more match, and then we're going to take the lunch break. So match number 92 coming up. That's our last match of the morning. We're going to come back at 1:30 after lunch. So one more match, and then we'll go to lunch.
And let's meet the teams for qual match number 92, starting with team 4469.
Out of Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
Joining them in the middle, it's 4760C.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, it's Team Scream Jr.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 3931!
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, it's Cockadoodle Dominators.
Joining them in the middle, it's 3243!
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 11, Kaka 242!
Out of Katy, Texas, Golden Eagle Mechanics.
One more reset, and then we'll go to lunch, back at 1:15. Just get everything back away, because then I can vacuum around it. Get it, just a full reset. Yeah.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 92, our last match before lunch here on Galileo. We are in autonomous. Everybody moving, all 6 robots moving in the autonomous round. One robot shooting those fuel cells off to the side. One robot hanging, getting up in the air over on the blue side. That was the Golden Eagle Mechanics team. And blue takes autonomous. So as we enter into shift 1, red is on offense. Their hub is active. 44-69, Raid shooting them in. 47-66, Team Scream shooting them in. And Sobot, 69-11, shot some in as well for red. We now go over to the blue side. Shift number 2, blue is active. A minute and a half left in the match. About a 10-point lead for the Red Alliance. In shift number 2, now blue takes over. They've got about a 35-point lead, a little bit more. And now we go to shift number 3. Red goes on offense, and red immediately catches up, and they take the lead. Cockadoodle Dominators picking up a lot of those yellow fuel cells over from the red side of the field and shooting them way across the field to the blue side so that they can use those when they go on offense in the next round. And now they pick up those balls and they're shooting them in. Cockadoodle Dominators putting them in. Ampere's putting them in. So 400 points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance just about to go over 300 points here. We are counting down to the end game. We're just about at 30 seconds left in the game. And there we go, under 30 left in the match. But now blue going, or red going to town once again as their hub goes active once again in the end game. So red almost at 500, blue at about 350. Red's going over 500 now. Blue looks like they're going to get over 400, but red is at about 550 here in the last final seconds of the match. We've got 3 seconds now. 2, 1. Red almost gets the 600. Maybe with the official scoring, we'll see some different numbers. They might have made 600. We will find out shortly, folks. All right, here comes the score. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it with a score of 570 to 447. So 5 ranking points for the red teams, 1 for blue. See you at 1:30 after lunch.
maybe this season is a little bit hard to be a field resetter. Yeah, I was a resetter once last year. Last year it was easier. You just have like to take the corals and the...
Yeah, it wasn't all big bowls.
No, it's new, it's huge. It's like this size. Yeah, definitely.
I have lots of that I'm using that are so I didn't know it was.
Yeah. I'm not going to the gym because it's already a lot of exercises here.
Not to mention, where are you from?
I'm from Brazil. Yeah, so far away from home.
You've got the maple leaf on upside down.
Sorry?
The maple leaf is
I'm
upside down.
I'm sorry.
Is there a team here from Brazil?
Not my team. He's not here this year. There are some Brazilian teams here in this field. The better one is the native division. But there's some, I think it's like 17 Brazilian teams here. Yeah.
Those things are so fun. I love those.
So thank you guys for being amazing. The guys get learned that's the deal with the gift of today.
Ayla, thank you, Jim, for the day.
Unfortunately, I don't have two for you, but she gave me one, and I want to give you this two. It's the Artemis two thing.
I had the little flags yesterday, but for the pin on your lanyard. And they have lots of little birds.
I thought I'd over better. All right, take your ticket. You're ready.
Are you curious?
Some Artemis. Some Artemis.
Yeah.
Wicked. I did search it.
Unfortunately, I don't have more.
What is that? It's some Artemis. The Artemis 2 that went up. This is so cool.
Yeah, Boeing supports some parts, so we were showing some, showing the space department. I'm not for space department, I work in airplanes, but the guys that work are in our stand in the first floor. So if you don't have time to go there, but anytime you will have time today, go take a look at it. Unfortunately, I don't have time for everyone. I just find one for you. I get one for you. No, I will. No worries. Which time is the game back? 1:30. Yeah, if it was 1:30, I will get one for you. I will get one for you. I give you tomorrow. Yeah, we have like a bag with a lot of Where are you from? I work at Point. Yeah, because it's a little 30 minutes less maybe.
we're changing the name. We're not Galileo anymore. Okay? We're the Minnesota division. So all of us.
I think you should announce that.
All of us. I can't announce it.
Don't tell anyone.
I can't take this joke too far, but we're all putting on Minnesota rhythm. Go for it.
will end today. So yeah, until the end of today, you can go there. You can see it. And there's some bags there. Yeah, but help us with the ball. There's a lot of balls. There's a lot of balls. Yeah, and mainly two more in university. Yeah. Yeah, but we are quite fast here actually. Yeah, maybe it will be a no, but you have to look at the right side. This is the show field.
Gali! Okay, welcome back from lunch, and we're going to meet the teams of qual match number 93, starting with team 4087!
From New Orleans, Louisiana, it's Voodoo Voltage.
Joining them in the middle, it's 6429!
From Bornova, Izmir, Turkey, it's Fourth Dimension.
And running up the red lines, we've got 7183!
From Las Vegas, Nevada, let's hear it for War.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, coming all the way from Minnesota, they are 2491!
No Mythic from St. Paul, Minnesota.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4655!
From Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 5913!
Also from Minnesota, let's hear it for Patriotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification 93. 4 robots into the neutral zone in the center of the field. Red Alliance first to strike, Blue Alliance right after, but look at all that fuel going in for both alliances. 6429 making a pass and lining up into the Red Alliance zone. Another pass there for 4087. Blue Alliance running away with this. Great job for both alliances, but advantage Blue, 121-285. 2491 quickly picking up some more fuel and passing it over to their partners, 4655 for one other shot there. 5913 also making their way. Oh no, it looks like 6429 is down for the count. Looks like they're trying to restart their robot. Hopefully they'll get up and moving before the end of the match. 4087 though, doing some work here for the Red Alliance. Scoring up high into the hub for the Red Alliance, now nearly catching up to the Blue Alliance. But Blue Alliance, look at all that fuel going in, ready to reclaim the lead. 250 and climbing. 4655 continuing to shoot on the move. Excellent job by that robot. And here comes another volley by the entire alliance. They're quickly moving up the score, passing the 400 mark in their first shift. 400 plus for their first shift. And we're back over to Red Alliance now. Red Alliance 4087 trying to pick up as much fuel as is available on their side of the field. There's not a lot of fuel there. It's two robots that are just running for the Red Alliance, so they got their work cut out for them. Under 5 seconds left for the red shift, and we're going to go back to blue. Take a look at 5913 and 2491 already scoring up high. It's a waterfall of fuel going into that hub, pushing their score now nearing 500. They're hunting for that additional ranking point and to supercharge their hub. They do it with this volley. Now past 500, everything here is it's just gravy for this alliance. They're looking to push their average score up. 5913 continuing to score. 2491 doing the same thing. Both alliance hubs are active in the end game. Heavy defense being played by 7183 and 4087 just left on their own, while 5913 goes for another volley. Here comes their alliance partners, another waterfall. We're gonna go near 700. Can we break it? There we go, 700 to 200, and they continue to climb as we reach the end of this match. All right, we got the scores for that last match. Here they come. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, 724 to 294. Excellent job by that Blue Alliance. 5 ranking points awarded to them.
And now, let me introduce you to the teams of qual match number 94, starting with team 2590.
All the way from Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
Joining them in the middle, it's 8119.
From Imperial, California, Tiger Robotics.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, it's Cyber Tribe.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. And we're starting with team 11214.
From Bainbridge, Georgia, it's Cyber Cats.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 449.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 11244.
From Üsküdar, Istanbul, Turkey, Avrasya Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go, qualification match number 94. Excellent job there, quick to the center of the zone. The Blue Alliance was able to block 2590, but 2590 going for another pass here, picking up some additional fuel, and there we go. They're able on their second pass to score some more fuel, extending that lead for the Red Alliance, 79-21 as we enter the teleoperated period. 8119 now quickly getting back up and over to their Alliance zone. During that 10-second transition shift, they push their score up and their lead 133-21. Red Alliance running away with this. Blue Alliance has a chance to answer back, but not a lot of fuel going in. Looks like 11-244 is passing as much fuel as possible over to their human players, and 449 is now trying to showcase defense being played against the 2560 robot, or 2590 robot. 2590 able to get clear from that pin, and now starting to score, moving towards the back area of the Alliance zone. Meanwhile, 11-214 also playing some defense. 2 robots playing defense against 2 other Red Alliance robots. 4020 trying to also score under defense from the Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, 8119 passing over and clearing up as much fuel as possible. They're trying to showcase that full field passing capability. Definitely going to be something for the scouters to watch for as they make their picks tomorrow. Blue Alliance now trying to do the same thing. 11-2-14 trying to pass as some of that fuel back up and over. Meanwhile, 2590 now back into scoring position for this Red Alliance. 212-30 as we continue to see more scoring being done. Now 8119 assisting with that scoring effort and continuing to expand that lead. 246-30. They need to get to at least 360 to get that additional ranking point. They got 30 seconds to be able to do so. 8119 going for another pass here in the neutral zone, picking up as much fuel as possible, making their way down and under the trench. Quick volley up by 8119, and now they're just shy, 30 points left. 30 fuel needs to be scored. Can they do that in 10 seconds? 8119 trying to do that. Here comes more fuel. Is that enough to get the additional ranking points? 7 fuel needed. 2 only counted going in. I'm not sure if they're made enough. We'll find out here in just a moment. Here come the final scores. Red Alliance with the win. 358-48, just shy of that 2 additional points that they needed to get that additional ranking point. So they're only walking away with 3 ranking points for the win.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 95, starting with team 1023.
Bedford Express from Temperance, Michigan.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6201.
The Highlanders from Somerville, Massachusetts.
And running up the red lines, we've got, what time is it? 2582.
From Lufkin, Texas, let's hear it for Pantherbots.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 9496.
Link from Spindale, North Carolina.
And in the middle, we've got 6487.
All the way from Shanghai, China, it's Clockwork Knights.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 3937.
From Searcy, Arkansas, Breakaway.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match number 95. Bedford Express already making their way back, but Blue Alliance already in for their second pass and second swipe into the neutral zone. Bedford Express right behind them, mirroring their actions. Red Alliance trying to catch up to the Blue Alliance, but Blue Alliance just running away with the score here, 125-68. A high autonomous score. Excellent job by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also now trying to keep up with this Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance able to get another volley during the 10-second transition shift. And now 64-87 playing some zone defense against the 2582 robot. 2582 finally able to make it through, but 64-87 just doing some timely hits on the 2582 robot. 2582 robot is right there ready to fire. They're waiting and now going up against the hub to fire whatever's available there, while 1023 is able to score freely for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance still with the lead, now passing the 200 mark as everyone's scoring over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance trying to clear out as much fuel as possible and also has one defender over on the Blue Alliance zone. 39-37 able to score without any defense being played against them. And then 94-96 quickly scores as soon as 6201 diverts their attention. Blue Alliance just making it rain fuel over to their side of the field. They're trying to move as much fuel over to their side of the field as they prepare for their shift. Red Alliance still has some work cut out for them. 1023 Bedford Express running a turret shooter and still cleaning up there, but now Blue Alliance turn to continue to extend this lead. They continue to make it rain over there. 94-96 and 39-31, an excellent pairing. Turret and dumper style archetype robots. Here comes 94-96 for another volley. Up goes another volley for the Blue Alliance, now passing the 400 mark. We are now in the end game, so both Alliance hubs are active. 94-96 trying to grab as much fuel as possible because they need to hit at least another 70 or so fuel to be able to get that additional ranking point. They're about 40 away. Can this Blue Alliance pull 500? They're getting closer. They only need about 7 more, not enough time as we reach the end of qualification match number 95. the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 503 to 290. Blue Alliance only getting 4 ranking points. You'll notice there, 5-point penalty pushed them over the 500, but you have to score over 500 in fuel to get that supercharged ranking point.
And now, let me introduce you to the teams of qual match number 96, starting with team 6528.
From Gibraltar, Michigan, it's Terror Bites.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 5705.
Desert Eagles, John Deere from Torreon, Mexico.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 3544.
That's Spartiates from Montreal Nord, Quebec, Canada.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 2556.
From Niceville, Florida, it's Radioactive Roaches.
Joining them in the middle, it's 4125.
That's Confidential.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 2813.
From Saratoga, California, Gearheads.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go, qualification match number 96. Blue Alliance 28-13. Dukes of Hazarding over the bump there as they make their way for their second swipe. Grabbing all those available fuel in the center of the zone that they just scored. 28-13, going for another successful volley. Pushing their lead now 98-39. Great job by both alliances here. Blue Alliance with the advantage going into the teleoperated period. Meanwhile, 35-44 able to get a couple of shots up. But meanwhile, another full volley for the Blue Alliance, extending that lead now 145-55. And now 35-44 scoring unimpeded there into the hub for the Red Alliance, 65-28 right behind them. Only less than 10 seconds in this shift, and Red Alliance still has some work catching up to the Blue Alliance. Getting fairly close there, but not passing them, 138-147. As Blue Alliance releases another volley courtesy of the 41-25 and 25-56 robot. 28-13 trying to make their way up and over, but now they're getting double defended here by the Red Alliance. 65-28 clearing out the available notes or the fuel inside of the neutral zone. 65-28 quickly able to respond back for the Red Alliance. 35-44 in scoring position as well. Looks like they got a good target. Up they go, but a hard hit from 41-25. No problem for 35-44 as they continue to fire up. 65-28 has at least another volley up there for the Red Alliance, and they cut it close. 2:14 all as we go over to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now puts in a powerful volley there of fuel going into the hub. They continue to expand that score. Look at all that fuel being scored. Here comes another volley from 41-25. They're getting into position, and oh no, it looks like they may have lost communications to their robot just as they were about to score. So it's now 25-56, and their alliance partners 28-13 just clearing up as much as they can, giving the Red Alliance a chance to come back. 35-44 scoring up high, 65-28 getting into scoring position. Here comes a volley. Blue Alliance still defending their lead and now getting 360 plus for the Blue Alliance. That means they're getting at least one extra ranking point for energizing that hub. 5 seconds left. Not gonna look like they're gonna get it supercharged, but they'll get the win. Final scores here in just a moment. All right, here come the scores for that last match. Take a look at the screen. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 421-319. All right, we're going to do this a little bit differently. This entire match is going to be game announced in Hebrew. So it's my turn to MC and introduce the teams for qualification match number 97. Let's hear it for team 74-15.
Jaguar Robotics, sponsored by Fight Electric.
And now let's hear it for their alliance partners in the center station. It's 18-16.
The Green Machine.
And this team seems a little strange. Let's hear it for 15-33.
Triple Strange.
All the way from Israel. Let's hear it for team 1690.
Orbit.
Their alliance partners in the center station, 66-65.
The Sea Otters.
And rounding out this alliance, let's hear it for 10-991.
Pyobites. So, as Renee said, I'm going to announce the next match in Hebrew. You're not going to understand anything. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride.
All right, we got thumbs up on the field. Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
והקבוצות יוצאות לדרך, כל הקבוצות זזות. 15-33 מתחילים עם ירי, 10-9-9-1 מתחילים גם הם עם ירי. אורביט עם מתח לסל הכחול, 7-4-1-5 עם מתח לסל האדום, טריפל סטיין 15-33 עם מתח לסל האדום גם כן. נשארו לנו 5 שניות לאוטונומיה, ברית הכחולה מובילה מעט. לא אם זה תלוי באורביט שרק מגדילים את הפער, כדור אחרי כדור. 7-4-1-5 עם מתח זריז לכיוון האב האדום. ונגמר האוטונומיה, אנחנו מתחילים בשלב הטלאופ. כל הקבוצות אוספות כדורים, הברית האדומה תתחיל עם תורה, עם האב דלוק. כרגע זה עדיין לא קורה, אבל עכשיו ההאב האדום נדלק והקבוצות האדומות ירצו להתחיל לנקד. אורביט גונבים כדורים מהאמצע, 18-16, הלוא הם דה גרין משין, יורים לכיוון האב האדום, 7-4-1-5, משותקים על ידי הגנה, הם לא זזים. כרגע יש לנו רובוט אחד שמתקיף בצד האדום, רובוט אחד שלא זז, ו-15-33 עושים הגנה. יש עוד 5 שניות לתור האדום הראשון, הם ירצו לנקד כמה שיותר, אבל הם לא מצליחים לתפוס את הברית הכחולה. הברית הכחולה, אורביט מתחילים לקלוע לאב האדום, כדור אחר כדור אחר כדור, הם לא מחמיצים. 10-9-9-1 מנסים לעשות קאונטר דיפנס, אבל 15-33 מתחמקים מהם. בינתיים בצד האדום 6-6-6-5 עדיין מגנים, מה שמשאיר את אורביט כתוקף בודד. יש לנו עוד 5 שניות לסיום השלב הכחול, 3 שניות ואנחנו עוברים לצד האדום שעכשיו פועל. והנה היגוארים מצליחים להוציא כדורים אל עבר ההאב האדום, אבל לא הרבה כי הסי אוטרס נותנים עליהם הגנה שחבל עד לזמן. 18-16 גם הם יורים ללא הפסקה, כדור אחר כדור ובקושי מחמיצים. הברית האדומה מקטינה את הפער, אבל הוא עומד על קצת יותר מ-90 נקודות. ואנחנו עוברים חזרה לצד הכחול. אורביט עם הרבה כדורים שנכנסים, הפיובייטס נראה שהם לא זזים, אבל לאורביט, the beast from the middle east, זה לא משנה, כדור אחר כדור, הם מנקדים, מגדילים את הפער ל-140 נקודות, וזה רק הולך וגדל. אי אפשר לעצור את הקבוצה הזאת מבנימינה. נשאר להם 5 שניות, הם מתקיפים לבד, ואנחנו נכנסים לשלב האנד גיים. הברית האדומה תרצה לצמצם את הפער, אבל זה קשה כשיש לנו את הסי אוטרס שעושים שם הגנה שמשתקת את כל הברית. 18-16, 7-4-1-5, מנסים לקלוע, אבל הולך שם בלגן גדול. בצד השני, אורביט כבר קיבלו נקודה דירוג ראשונה. הם ממשיכים לראות, הם לא מפסיקים, אין עליהם הגנה, הם רק נהנים מזה. 5 שניות אחרונות, כל הקבוצות רוצות להכניס כדורים אחרונים, ונגמר הזמן! Did you have fun? Amazing, go to Hebrew lessons.
All right, we now return you to your regularly scheduled program. Final scores coming up here in just a moment. Okay, here we go. Results coming up onto the screen. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, 430 to 259. 4 ranking points going over to the Red or Blue Alliance.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 98, starting with team 51!
Wings of Fire from Pontiac, Michigan.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 10034!
Gamaland.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 8229!
Bayan Bats.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 2635!
Lake Monsters from Lake Oswego, Oregon.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 5653!
Iron Mosquitoes from Babbitt, Minnesota.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we got 4322!
Clockwork from Orange, California.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match number 98. 82-29 quickly gobbling up some fuel over on the neutral zone. Look at all that fuel going in for both alliances. 82-29 already making their second pass. A collision down in the center between 51 and 82-29. Not sure they're going to go back for another. Blue Alliance looks to no. Red Alliance with a 1-point lead, 74-75 as we enter the teleoperated period. 82-29 with another volley there, but 26-35 able to defend against them. Some timely defense by the 26-35 robot. Now we're going back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Clockwork just cleaning up that side of the field, doing some excellent work in clearing out most of the fuel on that side of the field. 82-29 now trying to pick up as much fuel for themselves as well, passing some of that over to the human players as we now enter the Red Alliance shift. 82-29 able to score a volley there. Meanwhile, 51 left unattended. And now 82-29 going up for another shot, 26-35, trying to defend against them, but 82-29 expertly delivers that fuel even under a heavy defense. Now we're back over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. Clockwork just cleaning up all the fuel over next to the side of the field there, shooting from the logo and shooting on the move. Excellent job by the orange robot, Clockwork orange robot. Blue Alliance now with the lead, 213, going up 220 to 169. It's going to go back to Red here. Red able to reclaim that lead. Will they be able to reclaim it? Here they go. A lot of shots going up for the Red Alliance. Only several points away from catching up to the Blue Alliance. But 82-29 under some heavy defense, leaving 51 alone. Here comes 82-29. Most of those shots a little wide. Here they go. Now they get the other half of that hopper into the hub. No problem, but Blue Alliance now reclaiming the lead. Here comes the Red Alliance. Oh no, 26-35 contacting 82-29. That's a major foul right over there. Red Alliance continuing to score, but Blue Alliance now running away with it, but this volley might make the difference. It's back and forth we go. Blue Alliance ahead. Here's a big shot by 82-29. Were those two scores at the last moment enough? We'll find out in just a moment. All right, we have those scores. Was that last volley from the Red Alliance enough? It indeed was. Red Alliance with the win. 338 to 326. Red Alliance pulling out the win there. 3 ranking points going over to the Red Alliance.
Okay, and now let's be the teams of qualification match number 99. The flags may be a little inaccurate. Starting with team 364!
That's Team Fusion from Gulfport, Mississippi.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 484!
From Havertown, Pennsylvania, it's RoboForce.
And rounding up the red alliance, we've got Team 60!
From Mountain Home, Arkansas, it's Bomb Squad.
Sorry, the flags were accurate. I'm sorry. Moving on to the blue alliance, starting with team 2054!
From Hopkins, Michigan, it's Tech Bikes.
In the middle, it's team 8858!
Beast from the East, from Wiley, Texas.
Hey, and rounding up the blue alliance, we've got 10980!
From Boulder, Colorado, it's the Deadbolts.
Drivers, drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match number 99. 4 robots into the center neutral zone. 484, the first to score. 16 right behind them. And here comes 10980, also scoring. 2054 from the logo. Excellent scoring job here by the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance is right there with them. Who's going to take autonomous? It's the Red Alliance, 101 to 77. 484 immediately scoring the rest of the complement of fuel that they have inside of their hopper. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance also scoring 364 and 16. Quickly getting another volley up there before the end of the 10-second transition shift. We're moving over to the Blue Alliance side of the field. 2054 effectively clearing out the backside of their Alliance zone. 10984 or 10980 continuing to do also a shoot on the move. Continuing to clear out as much fuel as is available on that side. And they nearly clear out all of the available fuel. Red Alliance has their work cut out for them as they try to get back up here, 200 to 225. They're going to quickly catch up here, and now they take the lead for the Red Alliance. Pieces falling onto the floor there in the center in the neutral zone. Meanwhile, Red Alliance continue to score and clear out the rest of the fuel in their zone. So Red Alliance with a lead, about a 50-point lead, but that's completely getting wiped out here by that Blue Alliance. Here they go. Blue Alliance now ahead and reclaiming that lead, 315 plus to 279. 1 minute left on the clock, 5 seconds left for the Blue Alliance shift. 10980 continuing to clear out what available fuel is on the Blue Alliance side. Here's Red Alliance with a volley ready to reclaim that lead. Here they go. Red Alliance now ahead. 360, 370, 380. They continue to climb. We're about to enter the end period. And here we go. Blue Alliance now getting into position, trying to answer back and reclaim that lead. Red Alliance with the lead, but they have to go and refuel. Not a lot of fuel in the center of the field, but here comes a lot of it being scored by the Blue Alliance. Team 16 just clearing up as much as possible. Blue Alliance still ahead, 470 to 426. Red Alliance is going to need to score all and score a lot here very quickly, but Blue Alliance defending that lead, now going into the 500 mark. Can they make it before the end of the match? It looks like they're slightly off. We'll find out if they were able to make it in just a moment. All right, scores coming up onto the screen. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, 509 to 480. Blue Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points. They were able to score over 500. That gives them 2 additional ranking points. One for scoring 360 and another for scoring over 500. Excellent job to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance also walking away with 1 ranking point.
לעשות איזה אינטרו כזה של ככה. איזה אינטרו, איזה אינטרו. יופי, בוא נעשה את זה. And now let's meet the teams of qualification match number 100. Starting with team 7950.
Ripon Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1768.
Currently ranked number 2, it's Nashoba Robotics.
And running up the red alliance, it's Chicken Butt What? 3082.
From Minnetonka, Minnesota, Chicken Butt Pie.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. Starting with team 6985.
Enkatek from Turkey.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1756.
Argos from Peoria, Illinois.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 5181.
From Winmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
They can't be louder than us. We need to be louder, okay? Let's show them how we do it in Galileo. Gali! Gali! Gali, gali, gali! Gali, gali, gali! Gali, 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 gali! Almost got you. Okay. Thank you so much. You are amazing today. And also yesterday. And also tomorrow. You are always amazing. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 1768, racing towards the center of the field and able to score a volley of fuel up into the hub. Blue Alliance looking to do the same. 1756 making their way back over, but 1768 is already back for another swipe. Here they go back into the center of the neutral zone. Red Alliance with the lead, but a slight lead, 69 to 63, as 1768 makes their way up and back over, delivering a volley of fuel into the hub before the end of the 10-second transition shift. Blue Alliance now looking to re-secure the lead. 1756 shooting on the move, 5181 shooting from the inside mid-zone area on the Alliance zone. Blue Alliance now continuing to extend that lead. Here comes 5985 with a full complement of fuel ready to be delivered. Only able to get about 4 or 5 up. Meanwhile, 7915 trying to get into position to score. And 1768 able to score their entire complement of fuel, now securing that lead for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance has one more volley in them. Here we go. Looks like 5181 was able to play good defense against 1768. So that'll keep the scores close as we go back over to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 6985 clearing out as much fuel as possible. 1768 and 7915 for the Red Alliance doing the same. A lot of shooting on the move. 1756 able to continue to score and clear out nearly the entire Blue Alliance zone. 70-point difference now, but Red Alliance ready to make that much smaller and cutting into this lead from the Blue Alliance. But look at those full field shots from 1756. Clean shots all the way across the field. 1768 now securing the lead for the Red Alliance with that volley. 79-15 looking to continue to expand it. Hard hit here in the center of the field. 69-85 and 17-56 continuing to score. But 17-68 trying to maintain that lead for the Red Alliance. It's a short lead. It's going to come down to these final seconds and who's able to clear out and get another volley here. Red Alliance with a powerful volley of fuel going in. Blue Alliance, can they catch up? Not enough time as Red Alliance secures a win with that last volley. Final scores coming out in just a moment. All right, final scores coming up for that last match. It's the Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance with a score of 428 to 370. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
And now, let's meet the teams for the upcoming match, Qualification 101, starting with team 7193!
War!
Joining them in the middle, it's team 11252!
That's Golden. Golden Eagle Mechanics.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 4450!
Olympia Robotics Federation from Olympia, Washington.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 5577.
From Detroit, Michigan, it's Kinematic Wolves.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2393.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, it's Robotics.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we got 614.
From Alexandria, Virginia, Nighthawks.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And welcome to qualification match 101, 4450, quickly swiping. Oh no, Red Alliance team crossed the line here, 71-83. 4450 and 11242 trying to score up high for the Red Alliance, but now Blue Alliance trying to run away with it. They continue to fire as Red Alliance now doing the same, but Blue Alliance coming out with the lead, 10-point lead, 72-62 as we start the teleoperated period. Red Alliance quickly scoring up high, 4450 right behind them. Red Alliance continues to extend that lead with another volley, 150 plus, as the Blue Alliance trying to clear out as much fuel from the neutral zone area. 4450, along with their alliance partners, 7183, going into scoring position. Here comes another volley of fuel going into the Red Alliance hub. A big lead for the Red Alliance, 245 to 103. Blue Alliance now getting some shots in, but some heavy defense from the 11242 robot. Looks like they're trying to disrupt the shots from some of the other robots over that 2393 robot. Blue Alliance able to cut down the lead, but now Red Alliance has a chance to extend that lead over 100 points already. 4450 scoring up high. 7183 grabbing another volley and shooting another volley of fuel along with 4450. Back and forth they go. They're clearing up as much of that fuel over on their side of the field as possible. Blue Alliance has a lot of fuel over on their side, and now they continue to fire up. Looks like some fouls being assessed to the Red Alliance, boosting that score there for the Blue Alliance. 55-77 trying to score up high. It looks like they got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 shots there. All Blue Alliance trying to fire into the hub. Not enough as Red Alliance now continues to expand that lead. 4450 and 7183 both doing a lot of work there. More going into the hub, now passing the 440 mark. They need another 60 points to be able to get to 500. They're looking for that additional RP. They're 50 points away now. Can they get another volley in? Not enough time and not enough fuel. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, clean match. Coming back up onto the screen are the scores. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 480 to 279. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
we're going to meet the teams of qual match number 102, starting with team 9572.
CC Shambites.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4087.
Voodoo Voltage.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 4020.
Cyber Tribe.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 7769.
Currently ranked number 1, it's the Crew.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3243.
Amperes.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 931.
Perpetual Chaos.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, here we go with qualification match 102. Quick draw, quickly going to the neutral zone. 40-20 scoring up high, 95-72, and 40-87 right behind them. Here comes another swipe by both alliances. 32-43 quickly making their way under the trench. And now scoring for the Blue Alliance and expanding that lead, but Red Alliance is right behind them. Excellent high scores here by both alliances. Red Alliance taking the lead just by 3 points, 117 to 114. Excellent job there for both alliances. But now that puts Blue Alliance going up first for their first shift. Blue Alliance quickly grabbing onto that lead and now extending the lead, crossing the 200-point mark here. With this volley of shots, more shots going up, 32-43, 9-31, supporting. It's a triple barrel shot there by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance ready to start firing. There they go. Red Alliance firing. And now quickly trying to cut into that lead from the Blue Alliance. 195 to 309 as 40-20 able to get a couple more shots in there. 95-72 right behind them as well. Looks like there's a fuel stuck right under the robot. There they go. They're able to climb right over 95-72, that fuel that was stuck inside of their robot. 40-20 now scoring up high as well. They do not catch up to the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance now looking to extend that lead. Only a couple of shots going up for the Blue Alliance, but here comes a full hopper. 77-69, the Crew ready to fire away. Off they go. Their robot chunk just continuing to expand and push that fuel through to their shooter. Meanwhile, over on the Red Alliance, they're trying to catch up. It's 374 to 290. They got their work cut out ahead of them, but 95-72 able to score. 40-20 able to score as well. Now they're in the 300 mark, just about 40 points away from the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, though, ready to come back up and over with two full hoppers. Here comes the Crew, scoring up high, 32-43, right beside them. 40-87 trying to play some defense, but Doesn't look like that affected the Blue Alliance, 352 to 457 with 15 seconds left on the clock. Can Blue Alliance now get up to 500 and get that extra ranking point? They're going to need it. They want it. Here they go. Another volley is still going to be needed. Can they do it in time? Not enough time as we reach the end of qualification match 102. All right, here come the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 499 to 409. They were oh so close to that additional ranking point, 77-69, still in first place. All other Blue Alliance members moving up in the rankings. 4 ranking points for blue, 1 ranking point for red.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 103, starting with team 6201!
From Somerville, Massachusetts, it's the Highlanders.
And joining them in the middle, it's team 11417!
From Denver, North Carolina, Nano Knights.
And running up the Red Alliance, we got 111!
That's Wild Stang from Arlington Heights, Illinois.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 3501!
From Fremont High School, it's the Firebots.
And now, what time is it? 2582!
Pantherbots from Lufkin, Texas.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we got 11214!
Cybercats Robotics from Bainbridge, Georgia.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go with qualification match 103. 111 quickly making their way over the bump and coming back up and over, but oh no, they get stuck up against the side of the bump there. 6201 also not able to make it through. 111 finally making it up and over. Looks like they're able to fire and grab some more fuel from the depot. Will that be enough? Yes, it will be. Red Alliance with a clutch autonomous shot there by the Red Alliance by 111, 48-40. Blue Alliance quickly reclaims that lead, but Red Alliance able to score another volley, and they reclaim the lead in 10 seconds. 3501 now passing over fuel over to their side of the field. Firebots trying to refuel now as much as possible. Fuel going all over the place here as 111 is trying to fire and refuel or push fuel over to their side of the field. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance getting effectively defended that entire shift. No scoring done by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance able to extend that lead now. 111's firing from the logo, the first robotics competition logo there at the edge of the field. A blue foul there against assessed to the Blue Alliance, 11-2-14. As they're not clearing, they're doing the pin there, but they're not clearing and continue to count there. Oh no, it looks like that's maybe something else for the Blue Alliance, and they continue to add more and more fouls there. Red Alliance now with a commanding lead of over 100 points. Scores jumping around there, 208-67. Blue Alliance just trying to get into position and get a shot off, but good defense being played by the Red Alliance. 6201 able to push and hold back the Firebots that entire shift. 11-2-14 now trying to make their way back up and over. It looks like their hopper is off to the side and may be protruding a little bit too far, causing those fouls. We'll have to see what those fouls are as they continue to play defense against 111. 111 firing from the logo once again, 270, now 200-point difference, but Blue Alliance finally able to get a shot off. Firebots now picking up as much fuel as possible. There they go for another volley, but Red Alliance answering back in this end game. 25-82, trying to make their way back up and over. Firebots now quickly climbing back. Can they complete this comeback? Not enough time with 5 seconds left on the clock. Here comes 3501. They'll certainly try as 111 defends that lead at the end of qualification match 103. All right, final scores coming up onto the screen for that last match. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 307-205. Red Alliance able to take that win, 3 ranking points, but 70 points in penalties. That's what gave Red Alliance the boost here.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 104, starting with team 35-45.
From Quebec, Canada, it's Bart Yates.
And now, in the middle, it's, I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew again.
From Israel, it's Onyx Tronics.
And running up the red alliance, we got 39-31.
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, it's Cockadoodle Dominators.
And over here, on the blue alliance, I'm going to introduce them in Spanish. It's 5705.
De Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico, Desert Eagles, John Deere.
And joining them in the middle, it's team 8190.
From Imperial, California, Tiger Robotics.
And running up the blue lines, we got 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, it's the Metal Moose.
Gali! Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, match number 104. Red Alliance the first to get back and score for into the hub. Blue Alliance shortly thereafter, and look at all that fuel going in for the Blue Alliance. It's going to be tight as both alliances going for their second pass. 81-19 making their way over, and it looks like it's a lead to the Blue Alliance, 75-69 as we enter the teleoperated period. Red Alliance quickly getting to work to clear out as much fuel as possible over to their zone. And now they're able to score up high, 22-31, continuing to shoot on the move, even under the heavy defense of 57-05. Red Alliance just doing an effective job of shooting on the move. Meanwhile, two Blue Alliance, the only alliance or robots in the Red Alliance zone, as 22-31 going in for one more volley. Red Alliance has secured a lead of 174-131, but here comes Blue answering back quickly. 1390 also scoring from back over by the tower. And look at all that fuel going up, hitting the billboard up at the top, or the scoreboard, I should say. 1391 now scoring up high, 81-19 doing the same. So Blue Alliance now with the lead, but look at all that fuel being scored by the Red Alliance. 22-31, just an excellent shoot on the move robot. Meanwhile, they're assisted by 39-31. Unfortunately, 22-31 played defense against their own alliance member, causing 39-31 to miss some of those shots. No problem whatsoever, though, as they continue to add an additional score and more towards the lead. Blue Alliance now answering back, trying to retain or regain that lead. They're only about 4 points away as a final volley going up for the Blue Alliance. 10 seconds still for the Blue Alliance shift before we go into the end game. They have now secured the lead. Red Alliance has to come back quickly to try to catch up to Blue. And they do so courtesy of 39-31, quickly grabbing all available fuel, and 22-31 just continuing to clean up as much of the fuel available, and now a pretty big lead for the Red Alliance. 15 seconds left as Blue Alliance now trying to catch up. Might not be enough time. We're now under 10 seconds. 39-31 extending that lead. Now it looks like Red Alliance trying to get that 500. Not enough time as we reach the end of the match. Here come the scores for that last match. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 484 to 370. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
Now let's meet the teams of qual match number 105, starting with 11-244.
From Üsküdar, it's Istanbul, Turkey. It's Avshraya Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 10991.
Out of Sandy, Oregon, it's Pyobytes.
And running up the Red Alliance, we got 9496.
From Spindale, North Carolina, it's Link.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 5895.
From Hightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6429.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's the Fourth Dimension.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we have 2556.
Out of Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
Gali, Gali, Gali. Gali. You are amazing. Yeah, give it up for yourself. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 105 is going here on Galileo. It's autonomous. We have 5 of the 6 robots moving here. Advantage red. So the Blue Alliance is going to start shift 1 in offensive mode with an active hub. Red doing some extra scoring here in transition. And here comes shift 1. Blue is active and they are scoring. The radioactive Roach is putting some in. Their partners, Petty Robotics, scoring as well. We've got one blue robot that is not working right now, so it's really 2 active blue robots going over in shift 1. We go over to shift 2 and the Red Alliance takes over. They're on offense now. We've got Link and we've got Arasia scoring for the Red Alliance. They've got over 200 points already. About 1:20 left to go in this match. Now we go over to shift number 3. Blue takes over once again. We've got Petty Robotics and the Roaches both scoring for Blue. Red has about a 50-point lead, but Blue trying to cut into that and maybe even tie it up with just under a minute to go. They do. They tie it and they take a slight lead. But now we go to shift 4 and Red has an active hub again and they have taken over the lead. So here comes Link putting in lots of those yellow fuel cells. They take over the lead. They're over 300 points. Link doing it again. So over 300 points for the Red Alliance. Blue about 250, almost 260. We are in the end game now, under 15 seconds to go in the match. The Blue Alliance running out of time to catch up, but they're getting close. They're over 300, but here comes Red again. Blue just about caught up, but then Red started unloading with 3 seconds to 1, and time expires. So Blue making a valiant effort at the end there, but Red wouldn't let them succeed. Here comes the score for match number 105. And it is the Red Alliance that takes the match. They win it by a score of 375 to 363, so pretty close. 4 ranking points to the red teams. Nicely done.
Now, let's meet the teams of quad match number 106, starting with team 6487.
Out of Shanghai, China, it's Clockwork Knights.
And joining them in the middle, great hats by the way, 1860.
From Medina, Minnesota, it's the Green Machine.
And running up the red lines, we got 8069.
Out of St. Charles, Missouri, the Super Hornets.
And over here on the blue lines, we got 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, the Sobots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2813.
Out of Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
And running up the blue lines, we got 8229.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, Balak Bayan Butts.
Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 106 underway here at Galileo. It is autonomous. All 6 robots are moving. The Blue Alliance putting a flurry of those fuel cells into the Blue hub. And Blue is going to take the autonomous round. We enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody's moving here in Galileo. Red is going to be active here in shift number 1. The red hub is activated. Red playing offense. Green machine tossing some of those fuel cells in. Their partners, Clockwork Knights, also putting some in. Meanwhile, the blue robots getting as many of the fuel cells over to the blue side of the field as they can. Here comes shift number 2. The blue hub becomes active. And now blue putting them in. Sobot's trying to shoot some up, and now they go over to the red side of the field. Bollock Buy-in Bots putting plenty of fuel cells in, and now the gearheads put a bunch in too as well for the Blue Alliance. We go to shift number 3. Red goes back on offense, and they are shooting them in. So you got Clockwork Knights putting them in. And here comes the Super Hornets as well, putting them in. Advantage blue at this point of the match. We go under a minute. And now we go to shift number 4, and the Blue Alliance goes on offense. Blue Alliance up by about 100 points, and they're making the gap even higher. Blue about to go over 300 here with a little more than half a minute to go. They definitely go over 300 points there. And now we enter the end game. The Red Alliance putting a bunch of fuel cells toward their hub as well. About 350 for the Blue Alliance and just under 200 for Red. The Blue Alliance dumping a whole bunch in again, the gearheads. Putting them in for Blue. We're down to under 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. Another score, big score for Blue. 2 seconds, 1. And time expires. Okay, we got a score. The Blue Alliance takes that match. They win it by a score of 450 to 229. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the blue teams. They got that 4th ranking point for going over that 360-point fuel threshold. Nicely done.
Good afternoon, Galileo. We have a guest MC for this match. Please give it up for the Chief Operating Officer of FIRST, Mr. Chris Rake.
Thank you, Blair. All right, let's introduce the teams for this match, starting with the Red Alliance's team 364.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
And joining them in the middle, it's Team 2491.
Out of St. Paul, Minnesota, No Mythic.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, this match is Team 4766.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, Team Scream Junior.
Over on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, RoboForce.
And joining them, it is Team Shesh Esrei Tashin.
Out of Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance's team 5653.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, the Iron Mosquitoes.
All right, we have a thumbs up. That means drivers behind the line because we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 107 here on Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving in this autonomous round. Plenty of fuel cells being put in on both the red and the blue side. Blue with a slight advantage, but red catching up. Let's see if they can. Nope, blue making another spurt there. And they are going to take the autonomous round. 158 points for blue. So we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here on Galileo. We've got about an 80-point advantage for the Red Alliance. And shift number 1, we have an active hub on the red side. So red is on offense here. Team Fusion putting a bunch of fuel cells into the hub. Here comes their partners. Team Scream They're putting some in as well. Fusion putting some more up. We switch into shift number 2, and the Blue Alliance goes on offense. The blue hub is active. Orbit, currently our number 4 seed here on Galileo, putting in a ton of balls, those fuel cells. And their partner RoboForce also putting in a bunch of fuel cells. So blue already over 300 points. They are about 200 points ahead of red at this early stage in the match. Now red goes on offense. We enter into shift number 3. We've got one blue robot playing some good defense. That's the Iron Mosquitoes. And definitely slowing down the scoring on the red side of the field. Fusion putting a couple more in, and their partner Scream also putting some in for red. But here comes shift number 4 over on the blue side. Blue on offense once again. And we've got RoboForce and Orbit both putting in fuel cells all over the place. They're over 400 points now, over 200 points ahead of the Red Alliance here as we're coming down to the end game. Look at all those fuel cells up in the air. Over 500 now for the Blue Alliance. We've got 20 seconds remaining in this match. About 530 points for the Blue Alliance. They're going to try to get up to 6 with the last 12 seconds. Let's see if they can get over 600. 300 points for red. But blue, it gets over the 600 threshold. Orbit, once again, putting a whole bunch in as time expires. Nicely done. Good offense over on the blue side. Let's see how the referees score it. Here comes the official score. And it is the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 665 to 322. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the blue teams. They get 3 for the win, another 2 because they got over 500 fuel cell points. Nicely done. They were supercharged.
Okay, everybody, let's meet the teams of qual match number 108. Let's meet first 1506.
From Flint, Michigan, it's Metal Muscle.
Hey, joining them in the middle, it's 4125.
From Utatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
And running up the red alliance, we got 449.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, currently ranked number 2 in the division, it's 1768.
Currently sitting in the number 2 seeded position out of Bolton, Massachusetts, Neshoba Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1533.
Out Out of Greensboro, North Carolina, triple strange.
And running up the blue lines, we got 43-22.
Out of Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
You're good. Oh. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 108 underway here in Galileo. We're in autonomous. Everybody moving here, all 6 robots. Red Alliance with an early lead, but here comes a big flurry by the Blue Alliance. They take over the lead. Red comes back, takes over the lead again. So Red ends up taking the autonomous round. That means Blue's gonna go on offense first when we get to shift number 1. So the Blue hub is active. The Blue robots shooting into the Blue hub, trying to score as they take offense in this first shift of the match. Red had the lead, Blue trying to catch up and overtake them. Looks like they are going to take it, and they do have the lead now. But now we're going to go to shift number 2. Red immediately catches up and they take the lead. Red now up about 40 points in shift number 2, and a flurry sent in by the Metal Muscle. They are up to over 300 points right now. So they have a 100-point lead or more, about 130, as they end shift number 3. Shift number 2. Shift number 3 begins. The Blue Alliance now has the offensive advantage. Blue hub is active. The blue teams can score. Nashoba Robotics, our number 2 seeded team, trying to get in position to score. It's a big match for them, but there's a lot of defense being played against them. We now go to shift number 4. So Red once again on offense, and they do have about an almost 100-point advantage, and they go over a 100-point advantage. So we're coming down toward the end of the match. Red with a pretty healthy lead. They go under 400 points. And as we go under half a minute to go, we're in the end game. Both hubs are active. So either team can score. Blue putting a bunch in. Red now putting a bunch in as well with about 15 seconds to go in the match. Red trying to get over 500 points. Blue trying to get up to 400. We got 10 seconds to go. Let's see if they can do it. Red's going to get over 500. Looks like Blue's going to get over 400. 2 seconds. 1. And time expires. So Red got over 500 points. Let's wait on the referees to see if the Blue Alliance actually made it over 400. Here comes the official score. Red takes the match. They win it with a score of 530. And it turns out Blue made exactly 400 points. So that's 5 ranking points for the red teams in victory, 1 in the blue for the blue teams in defeat. So our number 2 seed That was 1768. Nashoba, they go from the number 2 seed to number 3 because they lost that match. But we had a 9th and 10th ranked teams on the red side. They both improved their positioning. So 449, the Blair Robot Project goes from 10th ranked to 9 in the seeding. And the Meadow Muscle team went from the 9th seeded team all the way up to the 5th seeded team. The seating position is becoming very, very important here as we get to the end of the afternoon. Remember, the final ranking and seating at the end of the matches today, and we're only going up to match number 125. We're already at 109. That's going to be the final seating. And then when we do the alliance selection first thing in the morning, that's how we're going to pick it, using the seating that we end up the day at.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 109, starting with 7840.
Out of Istanbul, Turkey, it's MNR Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2054.
From Hopkins, Michigan, the Tech Fights.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we got team 16.
A Hall of Fame team from Mountain Home, Arkansas, the Bomb Squad.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 5181.
Out of Windmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8159.
From Ataşehir, Istanbul, in Turkey, it's the Golden Horn.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we got 4655.
From Rockton, Illinois, it's State Line Robotics.
The drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 109. Here on Galileo, it is autonomous. All 6 robots moving. We've got fuel cells being put in both blue and red. Advantage blue, though, so far in this autonomous round. So blue outscores red in autonomous. They take the round. That means red is going to start out shift number 1 on offense with an active hub. So we enter into shift number 1. The red hub is active, blue inactive. So the red robots getting in position to score here. Meanwhile, the blue robots getting as many of the fuel cells over to the blue side for when they go on offense. Bomb squad putting in a bunch of fuel cells. Their partners, M&R Robotics, also putting in some fuel cells. Techvites 2064 shooting those fuel cells over to the red side. Now we go to shift number 2. Blue goes on offense, and they are shooting them in. State Line Robotics putting them in. Over 200 points already for the Blue Alliance. The Golden Horde putting some of those fuel cells in as well. Up by about 50 points here at the end of shift number 3. Shift number 2. Shift number 3 goes. Now we're in shift number 3. The red hub is active again and red on offense. The bomb squad putting in a whole bunch of those fuel cells. Their partners, M&R, also putting in a whole bunch of fuel cells. Here come the bomb squad putting some more in. So red with the lead here by about 30 points. We go to shift number 4 and blue becomes active. And now they're shooting. They're trying to catch up. And they do. And now they're going to overtake the Red Alliance here in shift number 4. So blue building on their lead. They go over 300 points. A little more than half a minute to go. We come down to the end game, under 30 seconds remaining in this match. And now both alliances and both hubs are active. So both alliances going on the offense here. Blue up to 330 points. Red over 330. Or I'm coming up on 330. So blue with a slight lead. Let's see how it ends up here. There's a flurry of scoring here with 4 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. And it looks like blue outscored red at the end there. That, of course, is the unofficial scoring that you see those numbers. But here comes the official scoring by the referees. And it is the Blue Alliance. So blue wins the match by a score of 403 to 355. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
And now let's meet the teams of Qual match number 110, starting with 25-19.
from Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
And joining them in the middle, it's 26-35.
Out of Lake Oswego in Oregon, the Lake Monsters.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 10-9-80.
From Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. And we're starting with team 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, the Bedford Express.
Joining them in the middle, Chicken Butt what? 3082.
Out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, it's Chicken Butt Pie.
And running up the Blue Alliance, it's 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, the Terabytes.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match 110 is underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots are active here in this autonomous round. The Red Alliance taking an early lead. They are going to take this autonomous round. They get over 100 points. And we start teleoperator mode. Transition period, both alliances can still score. Both hubs active. We enter into shift 1, and the blue hub remains active. The red hub goes inactive. So blue is on offense here for shift number 1 with 2 minutes to go. They are scoring on the blue side of the field. They're going to try to catch up to red, and they just about are there. So the Blue Alliance catches up. They take a little bit of a lead here in shift 1. We now go over to shift 2. Blue hub becomes inactive and the red hub activates. So now the red teams are on offense. They are scoring from the red side of the field. Nemesis putting in a bunch of fuel cells. Their partners, the Deadbolts, also putting in a bunch of fuel cells. And red has about a 60-point lead here as we enter into shift number 3. Blue hub becomes active again, and blue goes back on offense. Bedford Express shooting a bunch of fuel cells up and into the hub. And their partners, the Terabytes, also going into the hub. That ends shift 3. We go to shift 4, and red becomes active again. The Deadbolts, 109.80, currently ranked number 7, had some defense being thrown at them, slowing them down, but now they're scoring. So the Red Alliance up by about 20 points here as we enter into the end game. Once again, we have the number 7th ranked seeded team over on the red side, so this will have some implications to our final standings and our alliance selections first thing in the morning. Advantage blue with 10 seconds to go. So blue trying to hang on for the win here with 5 seconds, and it's looking good for them. They go over 300 points. The Red Alliance seems stalled near the end there. They had a few problems, so our number 7 seeded team ran into a brick wall. All right, we got a score coming up, and it is the Blue Alliance. Let's see what this does to the standings. Blue wins 323 to 260. They get 3 ranking points. So even though they won, our 13th seeded team, 65-28, actually goes down a couple of ranking points to 15th, and 109-80. That was our 7th seeded team, goes down to the 14th seeded position.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 111. It's team 1756.
From Peoria, Illinois, it's Argus.
Joining them on the Red Alliance, it's team 8858.
From Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we got 66-65.
Out of Monterey, California, it's the Sea Otters.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 10034.
From Yilan in Chinese Taipei, it's Gamaland.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3753.
Out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the Bullabats.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we got 2468.
Currently sitting in the number 6 seeded position out of Austin, Texas, Team Appreciate.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, match number 111 is underway. We are in autonomous here on Galileo. All 6 robots moving here. Fairly close in the autonomous round so far. Both teams in the mid-50s. Here comes a little bit of a flurry, though, by the Blue Alliance at the end. Looks like Blue is going to take the autonomous round. So we're going to start the teleoperator mode with the red hub active. Red is going to be on offense, teleoperator mode, so drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Advantage red now. They've overtaken the lead. About a 50-point lead right now in the early going here. And now we go to shift number 2. The Blue Alliance goes on offense. Bullabots putting a bunch of those fuel cells into the hub, picking up some more off the ground, positioning themselves. Team appreciates shooting them in. The Bullabots shooting them in as well. So the Blue Alliance catches up and overtakes the Red Alliance in points. And now we go to shift number 3. Red goes back on offense. They're going to catch up right now, and they overtake the Blue Alliance here. So we're going to go back and forth here in this match. Red goes over 200 points. Argo's picking them up off the ground, shooting them. Their partners, the Beast from the East, doing the same. But here comes shift number 4. Blue was waiting, and they put a big flurry in right at the beginning of that shift into the Blue hub. But Red still with the lead, but here come a whole bunch of fuel cells. Blue catches up. They have a tie right now. And here comes some more shooting by the Blue Alliance. So Blue putting up a lead here right now. As we go under half a minute to go, we're into the end game. So Blue building up a lead of about 60 points. And here comes Red as we go into the end game. Both hubs are activated. Red trying to catch up, but Blue really put a big lead there, and they are up by about 80 points. Red now shooting. And they're keeping it about a 100-point lead at this point. And we come to the end of the match. Time's out. We're going to go to the referees to get an official score shortly. All right, here comes the official score. It is the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 398 to 280. We have our 6th seeded team on the Blue Alliance going up to the number 5 position. Because of that win, they got 4 ranking points over on the blue side. Nicely done.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 112, starting with team 6985.
From Dilovasi in Turkey, it's Enkatek.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 7950.
From Ripon, Wisconsin, it's Ripon Robotics.
And let me hear you rounding up the Red Alliance, it's team 5913.
From Pequot Lakes in Minnesota, the Patriotics.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
On the middle, we got team 51.
One of our Hall of Fame teams out of Pontiac, Michigan, it's Wings of Fire.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we got 1403.
From Skillman, New Jersey, Cougar Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 112 underway. It's autonomous here on Galileo. All 6 of the robots are moving here. Plenty of fuel cells being shot into both the blue and the red goals. The red hubs. Blue with an early advantage, but red trying to keep it close. Looks like blue pulls it off, though. They go over 100 points. They are going to take the autonomous round. So that means after this transition, we are going to go to shift 1, and red's hub will be active, and red will be on offense. So the red robots shooting those fuel cells into the goal, particularly the Patriotics and Enkatek, putting quite a few in there. Red almost caught up to blue, and they do catch up, and they pass them by. Now we're going over to shift number 2. The Blue Alliance goes on offense. Their hub is active. Raid putting a whole bunch in. Wings of Fire collecting those fuel cells. They are going to shoot them in a second, but Raid shooting some more in right now, as well as Cougar Robotics. Here come the Wings of Fire. So the Blue Alliance up by about 80 points here at the end of shift number 2, and we enter shift number 3. We've got 2 red robots shooting at the same time, putting a ton of fuel cells in. Red almost up to 300 points. They're going to try to catch up here. They probably will. They do. And they pass up the Blue Alliance. So red with a little bit of advantage. Both alliances a little over 300 points. Here comes blue. We're in shift number 4. Wings of Fire putting them up. Their partner's Cougar also putting them up. And the third partner, Raid, also putting them in. So blue catches up and overtakes the red alliance. They're up by about 60 points here. A little more than half a minute to go. Here comes the end game. That means both hubs are active. Red unloading a ton of fuel cells into their hub, trying to catch up, but blue already up to 450 points. It's going to be tough for red to catch them. Let's see if they can. We're down to 10 seconds. Blue getting close to 500, red getting close to 400. They're both going to meet those numbers. 540 just about for the Blue Alliance, a little over 400 for red as time expires. have an official score. The Blue Alliance takes match number 112. They win by a score of 543 to 413. 4 ranking points for the blue teams. The 11th seeded team, that was Raid, stays in the number 11 seeded position. We had our number 2 seeded team on the red side, 59-13, the Patriotics. They move from the 2nd seeded position, but because of that loss, they go down to number 3 in the seeding.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 113, starting with team 39-37.
From Searcy, Arkansas, it's Breakaway.
Joining them in the middle is team 4607.
From Becker, Minnesota, CIS.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 11-14.
Out of Bainbridge, Georgia, the Cybercats.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. And let's start by saying shalom to 74-15.
Currently sitting in the number 9 seeded position out of West Hills, California, the Jaguar Robotics.
Joining them in the middle team, 32-43.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we got 71-83.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 113 here on Galileo. It's autonomous. 5 out of the 6 robots are working in the autonomous round. Advantage blue so far, but just by a little bit. Now red overtakes them. So red with the lead in autonomous. They take the autonomous round. That means when we get to shift 1, the blue hub will be active and blue will go on offense. Red taking advantage of the transition, scoring a little bit more. But now that we're in shift 1, blue is scoring and they have overtaken the lead. Over 135 points for the Blue Alliance. They're up by 30 already. And they're building on that lead right now. Now they're up by 60. Now they're up by 70. Blue going to go over 200 points here in shift number 1. And now we go to shift 2. The red hub is active and the red robots are going on offense. The Blue Alliance and the blue robots are trying to collect those yellow fuel cells and move them over onto the blue side of the field. Red trying to catch up to blue, but they run out of time. They don't quite do it. They're still down by 50. Blue goes back on offense. They've got almost a 100-point lead on the Red Alliance with about a minute to go in this match. Now they go over 100. We go under 1 minute. We enter into shift number 4. Red back on offense. Let's see if they can catch up to the Blue Alliance. They're down by about 60. 10 seconds to go in this shift. But they are not going to totally catch up here in the shift. But red is going to stay on offense as blue goes on offense too during this end game. Red only down by about 20 points. If they can outscore blue by over 20, they will get back into it. Blue's over 300 though. Red still under 300. We've got 12 seconds to go in this match. It looks like blue is trying to hang on with 5 seconds to go. 3 now, 2, 1. Blue goes up over 400 points right at the end there. Red, little over 300. Let's wait on the referees to give us the official score. Okay, we got a score coming up. And the Blue Alliance that takes the match. They win it by a score of 424 to 325. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done. And Jaguar, 74-15, improves their positioning from 9th seed to 8th seed after that win.
And now let's meet the teams of Qual match number 114. Starting with team 614.
It's the Nighthawks.
And joining them in the middle, it's 7769.
The Crew.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we got 5705.
Desert Eagles.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 8119.
Tiger Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 11244.
Avrayasa Robotics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we got 1860.
The Green Machine.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, we're underway here in match number 14, and there goes the Crew, 77-69, racing out into the middle of the field, quickly scoring fuel as Red starts to take a commanding lead, but Blue trying to answer back here. More fuel going in courtesy of the Crew and 614 as it looks like it's going to be a Red Alliance advantage as we end the autonomous portion of match number 114. 110-52, Red in the lead, and here comes Tiger Robotics for the Blue Alliance. A couple shots missed there as they head back to the middle of the field looking to collect fuel. They're going to head over that bump and try and get into their scoring zone, but looks like they may be slipping on the bump. Robots are getting tired after 2 days of qualification matches here at the FRC Championship. 6:14, gobbling up more fuel for the Red Alliance and getting in position for the Red Alliance's first shift, which begins now. There goes 7505 and the crew, along with 6:14, scoring as Red crosses the 200 fuel threshold. Red well on their way to that energized ranking point, hoping to get that supercharged ranking point if they can. All three Blue Alliance robots over on the red side of the field trying to gobble up fuel. A ton of fuel over on the blue side of the field as Blue really setting themselves up nicely for their next shift, which begins now. Blue with just 86 points scored, 289 to 88. Minute 12 left to go here in match 114 as 6:14 delivers fuel downrange back over to the red side of the field along with the crew. 77-69 grabbing a whole hopper full of fuel. They're going to go get in position as the Red Alliance's shift begins now. Red about to cross 300 fuel now with just under a minute left to play here in match number 114. 45 seconds left to go. 343 to 144 is our score. 10 seconds left before the end game period begins as the Red Alliance needing about 6 more fuel to get that energized ranking point. It looks like the crew in 6:14 are going to get it as Red crosses 400 fuel now. 25 seconds left to get 89 more fuel and get that supercharged ranking point. 5705 over trying to play defense on the Blue Alliance. The crew coming over with a hopper full of fuel trying to get in position to score, but Tiger Robotics holding them in the trench, trying to knock those shots off target with 4 seconds left to go in the match. 4:59 and counting as time expires on match 114. Here we go, match 114. It's going to go to the Red Alliance. Final score 487 to 202. Red Alliance getting 4 ranking points out of that match.
Match number 115, over on the Red Alliance, it's Team 484.
From Havertown, Pennsylvania, it's RoboForce.
Their alliance partner is 4766.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, Team Scream Jr.
And Team 6487.
From Shanghai, China, Clockwork Knights.
And on the Blue Alliance,
For you, by the way.
it's Team 10991.
From Sandy, Oregon, it's Pyobites.
Their alliance partners, Team 5577.
Out of Detroit, Michigan, Kinematic Wolves.
And Team 5895.
From Hightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 115 on Galileo. It is autonomous here. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous. Advantage blue. Red tried to make a little bit of a catch-up move there at the end, but blue held on. So blue took autonomous. When we get to shift 1, red is going to be on offense. So the red hub is active. The red robot's shooting into that red hub. Team Scream putting a bunch in. Their partners, RoboForce, putting some in as well. Advantage red. Clockwork Knights putting some in. So the Red Alliance just about at 200 points, and we go to shift number 2, just over 200 points. Shift number 2, though, and the blue hub becomes active, and the blue robots shooting into that. Only 2 robots on the blue side seem to be operational. Oh, there we go. Kinematic Wolves are moving now, so all 3 of them are working. Blue overtakes red in shift 2, and we go to shift 3. Red immediately catches up, and they're now building on a lead here in shift 3 as red is on offense. We've got Team Scream and RoboForce putting them in, as well as Clockwork Knights scored some as well. And now we go to shift 4. Advantage red by about 80 points. But now blue shooting them up here in shift number 4. See if they can catch up. Bunch of shots by blue, but those went off to the left and they missed. We go into the final end game here. Under half a minute to go. Red with the lead of about 60 points, but blue piling them in, bringing that lead down to 40 points, 30 some odd. 11 seconds to go. Red now scoring, and they go over 400 points. 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. Some major scoring by the Red Alliance at the end there. Ensures, working to ensure their victory. Let's wait, though, on the referees to find out the official score. Red Alliance takes the match. They win by a score of 448 to 370. 4 ranking points for the red teams. We had one of the teams in the top 12. That was RoboForce 484. They stay in that position by virtue of the win.
Teams, just a reminder, after your last qualification match of the day here on Galileo, please be sure to report to inspection for a re-inspection so that you are ready to go, your robot is ready to go for the playoffs tomorrow. In this match on the Red Alliance, currently number 7 is 94-96.
From Spindale, North Carolina, it's Link.
Their alliance partner is 35-44.
Out of Montreal, Quebec, Spartiates.
And the third member of the Red Alliance in this match, Team 449.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
And our 3 teams on the Blue Alliance in this match, Team 82-29.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Balak, Bayan Bots.
Team 95-72.
Out of Novi, Michigan, CC Shambites.
And Team 364.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 116 underway here on Galileo. This is the autonomous round. All 6 robots moving. Plenty of fuel cells being put in on both the red and blue side. Red with the current advantage. It looks like they are going to take the autonomous round. They go up to over 150 points. And red wins autonomous. So when we get to shift 1, blue is going to be on offense. Their hub will be active. Red is going to go on defense, try to collect some fuel cells. 2 minutes to go. We're in shift 1. Blue shooting some in. Here comes 9572. That's the Shambites putting some in. Their partners Fusion and Balikbayan bots also shooting them in. And the Blue Alliance catches up. But now we enter into shift number 2, and red immediately takes the lead back. So red building on that lead. We've got Galileo Robot Project shooting a bunch of the fuel cells in. Now Link putting a bunch in as well. Link is currently ranked 7. The Galileo Robot Project, Link rated 9. So 7 and 9 seeded teams are both on the Red Alliance. We've got a little more than a minute left in this match. The red team is up, the Red Alliance up by about 50 points. Now down to 30 points as blue in shift number 3 is scoring. They are on offense with an active hub. But here comes shift number 4. The red hub goes active and a ton of fuel cells get put into it. Red goes over 400 points. They got the lead back with 3/4 of a minute to go. More scores by the Blair Robot Project. Here comes Link. Nope, they're still collecting those fuel cells. They're not ready to score yet. We go into the end game. About a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. Now Link scoring. And we go down under 20 seconds. About an 80-point lead as the Red Alliance goes up with 500 points with 10 seconds to go in this match. But still, blue scoring quite a bit. Blue's going to try to get up to 500 with 3 seconds. 2, 1. All right, here comes the score. The Red Alliance wins the match. They win it by a score of 561 to 490. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the red teams, 1 ranking point for the blue ones. So we have a couple of increases there in our highly seeded teams. Our 9th seeded team, 449, the Blair Robot Project, goes up to 6th seeding. And our 7th seeded team, 94-96 Link, goes up to the 5th position. So 2 improvements there in the seeding. Things that are going to have an effect on our alliance selection tomorrow morning.
Match number 117. Over on the Red Alliance is Team 1391.
Out of Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
Their alliance partners 39-31.
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, Cockadoodle Dominators.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, hey, what time is it? 2582.
Out of Lufkin, Texas, it's Pantherbots.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 2393.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
Their alliance partners, the Iron Mosquitoes, 56-53.
The Mosquitoes are coming from Babbitt, Minnesota.
And the third member on the blue side is 20-54.
Out of Hopkins, Michigan, the Tech Bikes.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 117 is underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots working in autonomous on Galileo here. Blue Alliance taking the lead after an early flurry by the Red Alliance, but Red making another stab at it at the end. Blue, though, is going to take the autonomous round. So Red's going to go on offense when we start shift number 1. Their hub is active, Blue deactivated. Metal Moose shooting those fuel cells in. Cockadoodle Dominator shooting some in as well. Here come the Metal Moose again. Red has the lead. They've got almost a 100-point lead here in shift number 1. Here comes shift 2. Blue takes over. Tech Fight shooting them in. The Robocons shooting them in one at a time there. There they go. And Tech Fight shooting them as well here. So the Blue Alliance looking to catch up, and they do. But now we go into shift number 3, and Red takes over the offense, and they take over the lead as well. They quickly put in a lot of those fuel cells, and they're up by about 100 points, just about. Yep, now over 100. They go over 300 points to end the score. Red just putting them all in. Now we go to shift number 4. 324 points for the Red Alliance, but Blue now scoring. Let's see if they can close the gap, get back up over 300 here in the 4th shift. They're going to make it close if they get over 300 points, but here comes the end game, and Red shooting immediately and distancing themselves from the Blue Alliance. They're up by about 50, 60 points here as we go under 20 seconds. So the end of this match, going to be a flurry of shooting by both alliances, but looks like Red taking the lead. They've got almost 100 points, but whoa, here comes a whole bunch of Blue, and now a whole bunch of Red as well with 1 second to go, and time expires. Here comes the official score. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 476 to 381. 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Looks like Orbit figured it out.
Yeah.
Again, you finish in the top 8 at the end of the qualification matches, and you get to be an Alliance captain for the Alliance selection tomorrow on Galileo. And in this match, we have 2 teams that are currently in the Alliance captain picking position. On the Red Alliance, it's 4087.
Out of New Orleans, Louisiana, it's Voodoo Voltage.
Nemesis 2590.
From Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
And this team currently number 4, 1690.
Out of Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's team 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, Olympia Robotics Federation.
And the Bomb Squad team 16.
From Mountain Home, Arkansas, it is the Bomb Squad.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance, currently ranked number 2, 1768.
Out of Bolton, Massachusetts, Neshoba Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 118 is underway. All 6 of the robots moving in autonomous here in Galileo. Lots of fuel cells being thrown at the red hub. They are going to take this autonomous round. They go over 100 easily, up to 150. And we enter a teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Shift number 1 begins. The blue hub is active. Blue robots on offense here. Olympia Robotics Federation putting some in. Their partners, Neshoba, getting in position to score. They are pumping a lot of those fuel cells into the hub. But Red, over 200 points, maintains the lead. Orbit putting him up. Nemesis putting him up. Over 275 points for the Red Alliance. They're trying for over 300 here in shift number 2, and they do it. Here comes shift number 3. And the Blue Alliance is on offense. A big dump of fuel, though, in by the Blue Alliance. But they've got a lot of ground to make up here if they want to catch the red guys. They're down about 100 here in shift number 3 with about a minute to go in the match. So there is plenty of time to make something happen over on the blue side. But like I said, they've got their work cut out for them. We enter into the fourth shift. Red Alliance now up over 400 points. Blue at about 340. With under 40 seconds to go in the match, we've got over a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. Coming to the end of the fourth shift, now we're going to get into the end game here. Both hubs are active. Olympia Robotics Foundation pumped a lot of fuel back in there to try to catch up. They brought it down to about 50, 60 points. Here's another big dump by the Blue Alliance. But Red already over 500 points. Blue at about 475, 480. Now they're over 500. But in 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. The Blue Alliance may have just run out of time there. But let's wait and see how the referees score it. And here comes the official score. Red Alliance takes the match. Score of 607 to 553. 5 ranking points for the red teams and 2 ranking points for the blue teams in defeat. So our number 4 seeded team was in red at 1690. That's Orbit. They were in the 4th seeded position. They improved their positioning up to the 2nd seed. And our 2nd seeded position at 1768, Neshoba, they were in the 2nd seed, but now by losing, they go down to the 4th seed. So those two teams have swapped positions, 4 and 2, in the seeding round. That's coming up tomorrow morning, or in the Alliance selection.
Match number 119 here on Galileo on the Red Alliance. It's team 8069.
Out of St. Charles, Missouri, it's the Super Hornets.
Their Alliance partners, team 8858.
From Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
And from St. Paul, Minnesota, team 24.
It's no Midvik.
And over on the Blue Alliance, hey, Chicken Bod what? 3082.
Out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, Chicken Bod Pie.
Their Alliance partner, team 1533.
From Greensboro, North Carolina, Triple Strange.
And let's give it up for 6201.
Out of Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 119 is underway. It is autonomous here in Galileo. Got everybody moving here in the autonomous round. The Red Alliance takes autonomous. So the Blue Alliance is going to start on offense with an active hub here in shift number 1. Red Alliance tossing those fuel cells over onto the red side of the field. Blue Alliance trying to position themselves to score. There are only 2 blue robots on the field, so that disadvantage is going to be tough for the Blue Alliance to overcome. Red with the lead, they're up to 78, 90, 80 points. Red getting ready to go over 100. We are in shift number 2. And let's see if Blue can mount some offense here in shift number 3. They are stuck at 21 points. They have no robots over on the scoring side while they have an active hub. So this is a tough break for the Blue Alliance. Looks like we've got 2 blue robots that are just trying to show their defensive prowess here in this match because they don't have an offensive strategy here during this match. Red getting up to 200. They go over 200 points in shift number 4. Blue still playing some defense on them. And they're holding Red down to a smaller scoring than they may otherwise have done. And we are into the end game. About 250 points just about for the Red Alliance. We go down under 10 seconds now in the match. And now, 15:33, triple strange for the Blue Alliance. Shoots a few of those fuel cells. They did not make any of them. We're going to get an official score in a second here. So the Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 302 to 21. It's going to be 3 ranking points for Red.
our 3 Red Alliance teams for this next qualification match. We begin with Team 4655.
From Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
Team 931.
Out of St. Louis, Missouri, Perpetual Chaos.
And Team 1403.
From Skillman, New Jersey, Cougar Robotics.
And on the Blue Alliance, your Hall of Fame team, Team 51.
From Pontiac, Michigan, Wings of Fire.
From Illinois, 1756.
Out of Peoria, it's Argos.
And Team 11417.
From Denver, North Carolina, the Nano Knights.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 120 here on Archimedes. We are in autonomous mode. All 6 robots moving here. Fairly close, though, in this autonomous mode. Both alliances scoring about the same, but now the Red Alliance taking the advantage. So Red goes over 100 points. They win the autonomous round at the end there. And as we enter into the first shift, the Blue Alliance is going to be on offense with an active hub. Blue takes the lead here by a little bit. They go up by over 20 here. Now maybe 30. And now 50. And we go into the second shift. The Red Alliance now goes on offense. Their hub is active. They start shooting. Perpetual Chaos putting some up in the air. Argo 1756 for Blue. Running around, picking up some of the fuel cells off the ground. One of the Red robots, State Line Robotics, is not moving on the field over on the Red side in the middle. Tough break for the Red Alliance. Blue is on offense once again. They go over 200 points. About 60-point advantage for Blue. They keep on building on the lead as we go under a minute. Blue now up by about 130. Argos running around collecting those fuel cells and shooting them over onto the Blue side. Coming down to half a minute remaining in this match. The Blue Alliance up by about 100. Red scoring now as their hub becomes activated, but still a 100-point lead for the Blue Alliance as we go under 20 seconds. Argos putting quite a few in as we come down under 10 seconds. Argos shooting them up again. Wings of Fire shooting them up also. The The Blue Alliance over 300 as time expires. All right, we got a score coming up. It is the Blue Alliance. They take the match with a score of 335 to 199. 3 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
Match number 121 of 125 on Galileo. On the Red Alliance, Team 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bullabats.
In the middle driver position, this team is currently ranked number 3, 59.
From Pequot Lakes in Minnesota, it's the Patriotics.
And the third member of this Red Alliance's team, 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
Confidential. And over on the blue end, Team 2813.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
And it's time to break away with 39-37.
From Searcy, Arkansas, it is Breakaway.
And Team 51-81.
Out of Winmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, there we go. Match number 121 underway here on Galileo. It is the autonomous round. All 6 robots moving. Lots of activity in each of the hubs. The blue hub seems to have more. Blue looks like they are going to take this autonomous round, and they do. They go over 100 points. So we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robot. When we get to shift 1, the Red Alliance is going to be the offensive team with the active hub. And the red team's now shooting into their hub. Confidential shooting them in. Bullabot's shooting them in. And here come the Patriotics. Let's see if they can put some in as well, and they do. So the Red Alliance takes a little bit of a lead. We enter into shift number 2. The Blue Alliance immediately catches up, and they are going to take the lead here in shift number 2. So Blue shooting them in again. The gearheads putting quite a few of those fuel cells in. We now go to shift number 3. Bullabot's the first to put some in. Then Confidential puts some in as well into the hub. Now here come the Patriotics. They are trying to get into position. Some defense being played on them, and now they're shooting them in. And they're unloading a whole bunch of those fuel cells. They have a big storage facility for them in the robot. And the Red Alliance now with about an 80-point lead. We enter into the 4th shift. Blue on offense once again, but they are being stalled. Here comes some scoring for Blue by the Gearheads. Red is over 300 as we enter into the end game, and they are building up. They're at about 100 points ahead of Blue, but Blue unloads quite a few there, brings that lead down to about 50 or 60. 10 seconds to go in the match. About a 50-point lead for the Red Alliance as we count down to the end. 4 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. Red breaks the 400 barrier. And it looks like they're going to take the win. If they do get the win, it's a big match for 59-13, the Patriotics, because as Yoji mentioned earlier, they are the number 3 seed. So Red wins the match. They win by a score of 421 to 358. And the number 3 seeded team, the Patriotics, 59-13, stay in that position. Nicely done.
Match number 122. Just a few more left here on the Galileo field. Presented by Mouser Electronics over on the Red Alliance team 10980.
From Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
From Turkey, 6985.
Out of Dilovasi, Turkey, it's Ink Attack.
And also from Turkey, 7840.
From Istanbul, it's Eminar Robotics.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's team 4322.
Out of Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And in the middle position, team 11242, Golden. Nice try. 11, do it again. 11242, Golden.
There we go, out of Katy, Texas, it's the Golden Eagle Mechanics.
And the third member on the blue side is 7415.
From West Hills, California, it's Jaguar Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 122 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. All 6 robots moving here in this autonomous round. The Blue Alliance with the advantage in autonomous. Looks like they are going to take the autonomous round. They go under 100 points. So when we get to shift 1, red is going to go on to offense because their hub will be activated. Some more scoring here in the transition period by both alliances. And here is shift 1. Red Alliance offensive, shooting some of those fuel cells in. Eminar putting them in. Enkatech putting them in. And their partner, the Deadbolts, as well, putting them in. So red catching up and overtaking the lead that blue built. But blue becomes active in shift 1 and they take over the lead. Multiple robots flying those fuel cells into the blue hub. Blue goes up by over 100. They're going over 300 points here in this match, and it's still a minute and 20 seconds to go. Here comes shift number 3. Red becomes active. Eminar shooting them in. Deadbolt shooting some in. Red is over 200. Got some human players throwing them in as well. But blue is up at about 344, a little more than that. And we enter into shift number 4. So the Blue Alliance streaming quite a few of these fuel cells up into the hub. They're over 400. They're looking to get up to 500 here, possibly in this 4th shift. Looks like they're going to make it. 4 seconds to go. Just under 500 as we enter into the end game. So now both hubs are active in the end game. Anyone can score. Blue goes over 500, or they get 500 exactly. They've got one robot up in the air. That's a 2nd level climb if they stay up there. We're under 10 seconds to go in the match. 3 seconds now, 2, 1. Okay, we've got a score coming up. It's a little complicated. There was a red card against one of the teams in the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance does win the match by a score of 591 to 284. But because of that damage that they did to the other robot, that team that got red carded will not get any ranking points. That is a bummer for 74-15 because that takes them down in the seeding pretty significantly. The other two teams on the Blue Alliance, though, will get those ranking points. There's 5 ranking points, but unfortunately, that one team will not get any ranking points due to the red card. Tough break.
All right, let's move on to match number 123. This is our 3 more matches to go here on Galileo, and we'll complete all of our qualification matches, and we'll be ready for Alliance selection tomorrow morning. On the Red Alliance, Team 1023.
Out of Temperance, Michigan, Bedford Express.
Team 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, Cyber Tribe.
And the Radioactive Roaches, 2556.
The Roaches come from Niceville, Florida.
And over on blue, let's welcome back Wild Stang 111.
Out of Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's a Wild Stang.
And they are joined by Team 134.
From Yilan, Chinese Taipei, it's Gamelan.
And from Israel, Team 2231.
Currently sitting in the number 9 seeded position out of Shoham, Israel, it's Onyxtronics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 123 is underway. It's autonomous. We've got everybody moving here in the autonomous round. All 6 of the robots. Advantage so far red, but it's pretty close. And it looks like Red is going to take this autonomous round. So Red starts out with the win in autonomous. We've got one blue robot beached on top of some of the fuel cells, being pushed off by one of their roommates, Wildstein. For our partners, Wildstein knocks them off. Everybody moving now. The Blue Alliance scoring, trying to catch up to the Red Alliance, which built up a good lead there before the first shift started. Blue catching up, but now shift number 2 starts, and Red taking over and expanding on their lead. Lots of scoring by the Radioactive Roaches and the Bedford Express and the Cyber Tribe. So all three of the Red robots scoring there in shift number 2, getting over 300 points. Here comes the Blue Alliance. They are down by 150 as they enter into shift number 3. Let's see if they can close that gap and catch up to the Red Alliance. Still down by about 80 points, bringing it down to about 50. But here comes shift number 4, and Red going to town once again. All three of those Red robots shooting them into that hub, building up a pretty big lead. They have over 400 points now, about a 150-point lead for the Red Alliance as we count down to the end game. Red going for 500. They're getting close to it. The Blue Alliance just under 300. They're going to go over 300 here. But Red is well ahead of them here as we count down with 15 seconds to go in this match. Red about to go over 500. Blue about to get over 400 with 6 seconds to go in this match. 2 seconds, 1 second, and time expires. All right, here comes the score for 123, match number 123. The Red Alliance took the match. They won by a score of 562 to 417. 5 ranking points for the Red teams, 1 ranking point for the Blue teams. That knocked Onyxtronics 22-31 from the 9th seeded position all the way down to 16.
We have 2 more matches here to go on the Galileo field. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning opening ceremonies start at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. for opening ceremonies. We'll announce the 6 first Impact Award finalists, and then we'll move right into Alliance selection, roughly 7:15 or so, right here on Galileo. And again, a championship, 4 teams in each alliance, 4 teams in each alliance. So 32 teams from this field will be making it to the playoffs for tomorrow. All right, match number 124. We begin with 64-29.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's the 4th dimension.
Their alliance partners currently number 7, Team 2468.
From Austin, Texas, Team Appreciate.
And Team 6911.
Out of Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
And over on the Blue Alliance, this team currently number 8, Team 1506.
From Flint, Michigan, Meadow Muscle.
Their alliance partner, Team 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, Terror Bites.
And Team 4469.
Out of Federal Way, Washington, they're sitting in the 9th seated position. It's Raid.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 124. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous on Galileo. Blue Alliance taking a lead here in the autonomous round. Red making a final push, but Blue is going over 100. It looks like they're going to take it, and they do. So advantage Blue as we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here. Shift number 1 is active. The Red Alliance hub is active, and the red team is on offense. Team Appreciate putting a bunch of fuel cells into the red hub. Blue, though, has the lead here, and they are building on the lead. All 3 blue robots shooting into the hub. And then the terabytes going over all across the field, collecting more fuel cells. They're shooting them in again. Metal Muscle shooting some in. The Raid had shot a couple in as well. So the Blue Alliance up to almost 300 points. But we enter into the 3rd shift, and Blue in the lead, but Red is active. So Red trying to catch up, but they're down by about 100. Team Appreciate putting in about 20 balls there, cutting into that lead. We go to shift number 4. The Blue Alliance again, putting a lot of those fuel cells into the blue hub, building that lead up to about 130 points. We're down under 40 seconds remaining in the match. About 150-point advantage, now almost 200-point advantage for the Blue Alliance, about 180. Red cutting into that a little bit here as we enter into the end game, and both hubs are active. So Red over 300, Blue over 400, and Blue scoring quite a bit there. That 44-69 Raid just putting in a lot of fuel cells. They're over 500 as time expires. We had the 7th ranked seeded team on the Red Alliance, but we had the 8th, 9th, and 12th seeded teams on the Blue Alliance. And Blue takes the match. They won by a score of 555 to 380. And the impact that's going to have on the seeding is as follows. Our number 7th ranked team goes down to 9 on the red side, and on the blue side, you've got 8th ranked team up to number 4, 12th ranked team up to number 10, and our 9th ranked team up to number 8. So this is definitely going to have some effect on tomorrow's picking in the Alliance selection. Quite a match to have right near the end of the day.
All right, let's not keep you waiting. This is the very last match here on Galileo. Match number 125 on the Red Alliance, 79-15.
From Ripon, Wisconsin, it's Ripon Robotics.
Their alliance partners, Team 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, CIS.
And the third member of the Red Alliance, 3501.
Out of Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
And on the Blue Alliance, it's 81-59.
Out of Adise here, Istanbul in Turkey, it's Golden Horn.
Sea Otter 6665.
They come from Monterey, California.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance is Team 2635.
Out of Lake Oswego, Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Last match of the day here on Galileo. We are in autonomous. Everybody moving, all 6 of the robots. Both sides scoring. Pretty close, slight advantage though going to the Red Alliance so far. But Blue making a last-minute surge, and it looks like Blue takes the autonomous round. They do. So Blue wins autonomous. Red is going to start out on offense after this transition in shift number 1, and here we go. Drivers have control of the robots here in teleoperator mode. The red hub is active, and red is on offense. Advantage Blue so far. They're up by about 30 points. But here comes CIS scoring for the Red Alliance. Their partner, Firebot, scoring as well. And red ties it up, but we go into shift 2, and Blue goes on offense. So they take back the lead. As they score a bunch, they go up by about 40. Now maybe 50. Looking to increase the lead by even more, 60, 70. Blue Alliance gonna go over 200 points here. We still got over a minute to go. We enter into shift number 3. Red sends in a bunch of those fuel cells into the red hub. They're trying to catch up. They've got 175 points, almost up to 200. Looks like they're going to go over 200. They're going to catch up here in this third shift, and they do. They take the lead by about 25. But here comes the Blue Alliance. We enter into shift number 4. Blue is on offense. They're close to tying it up. They get it tied up. They take the lead, and they jump way ahead now. So they're going over the 300-point barrier. They're up by about 70, 80 points now. We go to the end game here. We're under 30 seconds left in the match and the day here at Galileo. Big advantage for the Blue Alliance. They're up by about 70, 80, 90 points. As we go down under 10 seconds remaining in this match. Both alliances scoring. Lots of interaction between the robots. Collisions back and forth as time expires. All right. We come to the end of the day. Let's see how the referees score it. All right, we got a final score coming, and it is going to be the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 394 to 350. 3 ranking points for the blue teams. So great day of competition. We should now have our final rankings in place. Teams, go back to your hotels or your homes or whatever. Determine what your strategies are going to be for the Alliance selections first thing in the morning. We're going to be back at 7 o'clock for the opening ceremonies and the Alliance selections. See you all then.